right here.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. We appreciate you being with us. For the record, it is Tuesday, June 21st. It's 2 minutes after 6. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll call attendance?
Councilmember Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilmember Byrd.
Here.
Councilmember Palmer.
Here.
Councilmember Borton.
Here.
Councilmember Little Roberts.
Here.
Mayor DeVeard.
Here.
And Councilmember Milam is absent.
Thank you. Item number 2 is a Pledge of Allegiance. If you all rise and join us in the pledge to our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 3 is our community invocation. There you go. Tonight will be led by Pastor Justin Jordan with Real Life Ministries. Thank you for joining us. I would invite you all to join us in the community invocation or take this as an opportunity for a moment of reflection.
Thank you. Let's pray. Lord, as I come tonight, I'm reminded of the passage where you say, unless the Lord builds a house, the laborers labor in vain. And Lord, we ask that as this great city is built and developed, and as this meeting's led tonight, God, that you would have your blessing on this meeting, on this city, on these leaders. Lord, that they would continue to lead in such a way that makes Meridian an amazing place to be at. And that the values that we believe in, of community, of love, of peace, of safety, all the things that make this city one of the greatest cities in the United States, God, that those values would continue to be lived out with the decisions that are made, with the discussion that happens. And Lord, that we as a community would continue to be unified and doing the things that's best for its citizens. Thank you, Lord, for the leadership here. Thank you for the voices that are here tonight. And God, I pray that we would listen to one another, value one another, and that the blessing and the values that continue to be lived out here in Meridian will continue to live on for our children and for our grandchildren and for the years to come. Thank you, Lord, for your example. Thank you for your Son. And thank you for your sacrifice. We pray this all in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Item number 4 is adoption of the agenda.
Madam Mayor, on the
Mr. Borton.
On the agenda, number 5, item 5Q is proposed resolution number 16-1146. Item 5R is resolution number 16-1147. Item 8A1 will be moved to item 10A. Item 8E is requested to continue that item to June 28th, 2016. Item 10A will be moved to item 8A1. And item 10B is proposed ordinance number 16-1697. And with that, I would move to adopt the agenda.
Second.
I'm sorry. I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried. Okay, item 5 is our consent agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Borton.
with item 5Q noted as resolution number 16-1146, item 5R, resolution number 16-1147, I would move for the adoption of the consent agenda and the mayor to sign and clerk to attest on all necessary papers.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as stated. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Little Roberts.
Aye.
Councilmember Borton.
Aye.
Councilmember Byrd.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried. Item 6A is under our Parks Department. Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm here to give thanks to the sponsors who have worked with us for some of them for a number of years, and some of them just a year or so. But they have together donated over nearly $14,000 towards the movie night program, and have made it possible for us to bring this wonderful event to the community. We've had 3 events so far, and the first one brought, I'm guessing, over 3,000 guests. The second one was a little windy, so we had maybe 1,000 people. And then the third one, I'm guessing we had well over 1,200 people. But I'm going to read you the list of sponsors. And the first one has been with us for over 10 years and has helped been the title sponsor, and that's Cable One. They not only have donated the movie screen to make it possible, but on a weekly basis, they help us produce the sponsor videos that are shown before the movie begins. In addition, we have presenting sponsors, St. Alphonsus Medical Group, Mountain America Credit Union, and then, of course, Rocky Mountain Audio Visual, who has, they come out on a nightly basis and help us with the projection of the movie as well as the sound. So then we have a number of nightly sponsors. That includes the Meridian Library District, R.C. Willey, Parkview Christian, BioLife Plasma Service, who has sponsored 2 of the nights, as well as are a slide sponsor. Idaho Central Credit Union has also sponsored multiple evenings. The Meridian Anti-Drug Coalition, Westside Body Works, Meridian United, the Meridian Firefighters Association, Teleperformance, and New Horizon Academy, who is also a slide sponsor. So we would just like to acknowledge these generous businesses who make this amazing event possible.
Thank you, and we appreciate our sponsors. They allow us to do a number of our programs, and this one has been wildly popular. It's been serving our families for 10, has it been 10 years?
This is the 10th year, yes.
Yeah. So.
Yep. So we will be renegotiating a sponsorship with Cable One for another 5-year deal. And if you'll allow me a little bit of latitude, I'd like to thank Colin Moss, who has been training me to take over my position, and who I understand also this was his idea. And so he worked with me the last 3 evenings in a row to get me up to speed on how to do this, and I think he'll be taking his Friday nights off. So I'd like to thank him.
Wow, the first Friday off in the summer for the last 10 years. Colin, I would join Renee in giving thanks to your ingenuity on this, your leadership. You've been solution-oriented. We've had a number of things that have presented themselves, and you have been creative in your solutions, worked with our partners, with our police department, with your parks team, and just greatly appreciate what you've set in our community that others have tried to replicate. So thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, item 6B is under Meridian Arts Commission. Hello, Ellen and Hillary.
Hello, Madam Mayor and the rest of council. My name is Ellen DeAngelis, and we are on the Meridian Arts Commission. And we came tonight to give you our recommendations for the public art piece that will be going in at the corner of Fairview and Main. We have solicited feedback from the public. We've reviewed that feedback, and we've had lots of heated discussions. And we've made our recommendations for the wheat piece, the blue bunch, wheatgrass, and the fescue. So we ask that you review that, and we're here to answer any questions that you guys may have on this particular project.
So you're seeking any feedback and approval? And Ellen, while you're standing there too, we want to thank you for what you're doing for this coming weekend and coordinating the art festival. And just, I know people are really excited. I've heard great things from the Dairy Board, and we look forward to this new offering in addition to the Meridian Youth Farmers Market, of course.
Of course.
So thank you for your efforts on that.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Council, any questions, comments about the recommendation from the Meridian Arts Commission?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Borton?
just some quick clarity. Is it one of the three selections? Is it
All three.
all three?
We're doing three, we're choosing 3 of the 5 to commission. And so the 3 that we're recommending be constructed are wheat, blue bunch wheatgrass, and fescue.
Okay.
Okay, any?
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Kavner?
If I recall, there was a solicit for public input. I'm curious, does your recommendation match what the public had recommended?
In some ways, yes. We got a really interesting level of feedback. Everything from we don't want money spent on this to do all of them. So we kind of had to wade through and make our best determination. We obviously want the public support with this project, but ultimately the commission decided on these particular 3. Fescue was the most popular one with the public and also with the commission, so that was an easy choice. And then bluegrass and wheat were also popular, but we felt like they were very similar in design, and we really wanted to bring in 3 distinct pieces of work for this project.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Kavner?
seeing how Councilman Mylum is absent, I'd be happy to accept your recommendations and move forward with the 3 suggested pieces.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer. Aye. Councilmember Little Roberts.
Aye.
Councilmember Borton.
Aye.
Councilmember Byrd.
Aye.
All ayes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the timeline on this, the artist believes he can get this completed by the end of the budget year, correct?
Correct. Yeah, which
Okay.
is amazing. Still.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At no extra cost. That's my specific notation. Okay. Item 6C is under our, I'll turn this over to Mr. Neri to introduce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The city of Meridian, has a prosecution and police services contract, hasn't been in place for more than a dozen years with the city of Boise. So they provide all of the city's prosecution work, and they provide also police advice and training for our police department. The team is managed by the 2 attorneys that are here tonight to talk about the contract, talk about the service they provide, some of the transition they've had, and steps going forward. Christine Starr and Michael Dean are here from the city of Boise, and they're the ones that provide the primary services to our department on the police side, and a variety of the prosecutors handle all of our other prosecution cases. So I can turn it over to them. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for having us here. We appreciate the partnership we've had with Meridian. By my count, I think it's been 13 or 14 years, and we've enjoyed that thoroughly. We're grateful for the chance to come and explain or present a little on our services. I'll be presenting on the criminal prosecution side, and Ms. Starr on the police advice side. I'd be remiss if I didn't give credit to Denise Udink, who's also my partner and one of the managers over the prosecution unit. She's not with us this evening.
If you can move the microphone over a little bit, yes.
Thank you. We currently have 14 criminal prosecutors, one of those is part-time, and 3 police advisors. within our office that serve both the city of Boise and the city of Meridian. Our prosecution services start almost immediately following arrest or cite, and sometimes even before that. As part of our services, we screen police reports, we make charging decisions, whether a charge is appropriate to file or not, and file the appropriate pleadings. We review all the misdemeanor citations that are presented to the court and misdemeanor arrests to make sure appropriate code sections are listed, to make sure we have appropriate evidence, and to determine if any of them need to be routed to the county for felony amendment or perhaps to be amended to a more appropriate charge. We provide victim witness notification services, meetings. We work with them to make sure their constitutional rights are met as we proceed throughout a prosecution, and also prepare them for court proceedings as well. We do the same with officers. We prepare them for suppression hearings, for trials, whether those be bench or jury trials, and for any other questions they may have, as well as provide assistance when they need that on investigations and questions on potential charging decisions. We have a discovery process whereby we e-file our discovery, we send that to counsel on cases or to pro se litigants. We fulfill their rights under the Constitution, under our statutory obligations, to make sure they're afforded the information and that the cases can proceed, including receiving information, working with police officers to obtain all the audio, video recordings, and any other necessary information that we need to comply with those obligations. Our court hearings, we cover every hearing from arraignment to trial and beyond. Arraignments, motion hearings, pretrial conferences, sentencings, appeals, post-convictions, when cases proceed that far. And we also have two specialty courts. DUI court that Ms. Starr supervises in our office was started, and we have cases both Boise and Meridian in that. Those are high-intensive courts for people with, I think, to serve the at-risk population more, in which there's more review hearings and greater accountability. We also have a domestic violence court. I know we have Meridian cases in that. I just accepted one into that this morning as well. Our caseload, this past year in 2015, we opened just a little over 15,000 new cases. And those don't include declined cases in which we reviewed the report and determined no criminal charges should be filed, or in which citation was filed and the infraction was paid. Those cases involve Boise, Meridian, and Eagle. We do now contract with Garden City as of February this year and also prosecute on their behalf. The 15,000 cases had a little over 23,000 new charges involved in those. Several cases will have, some cases will have multiple charges. Almost 4,000 of those cases were on behalf of the city of Meridian, with a total of a little over 6,000 charges for about 1.6 charges per case. That's a little over a quarter of our total cases filed, a little over a quarter of our new charges as well. Our 14 prosecutors, one of which is part-time, handled a little over 28,000 total hearings in 2015. That's a 6% increase from the previous year. I know Mr. Neri has provided some of this information to you in the past, in past presentations. But I appreciate you allowing us to go through it again. Historically, as we look at the incoming cases and charges by year, the past 2 years have been fairly consistent. There was a little decline in 2013. 2011, 2012, we're a little over 4,000. Currently, we're on pace this year. We're about 130 cases ahead of where we were last year. The charges are roughly on par, about the same spot as we were last year, as we look at projections for this coming year. Incoming offenses, almost half of, well, a little over half of what we prosecuted had to do with traffic, whether it be traffic infractions, traffic misdemeanors. DUI is listed on the other side, but those fall under the realm of traffic law as well. We have a great variety of those. We deal with DUI, as I mentioned, controlled substances, property crimes, domestic violence, crimes against persons, but the large bulk are traffic infractions and traffic misdemeanors. I listed the top 10 charges in 2015 for your review. You'll notice the top few are driving related, traffic related, no insurance, speeding, invalid license. As you go through there, a few other misdemeanors, petty theft, controlled substance. A lot of those charges you'll find are combined. You might see a no insurance along with a speeding, or no insurance with a driving without privileges. So in certain cases, we'll see more than one charge comprising these. If you look at driving under influence, I note this on here, 237 cases in 2015. That's specific to a first offense DUI. We also had additional charges for excessive DUIs, DUI second offense, minors, who are charged with driving under the influence. Those are listed separately. When you bring the total number up, it does increase DUIs, but for this particular offense, that's one of the most cited there. Our conviction rate, we're proud of our conviction rates. When we look at driving under the influence, it's one of the cases we put a priority on because of safety of the community, a 96.9% conviction rate there. Our property crimes, traffic misdemeanors, our probation violations that we follow up with to make sure people are complying, abiding by the sentences, and our crimes against person categories have a high conviction rate across the board. Case disposition, we have a little bit different number of cases disposed every year than cases charged. The cases we brought in were almost 4,000. The cases disposed were about 3,340 cases there. Sometimes the cases will last over the year into 2016, so some of the charged cases in 2015 may have subsequently been disposed. But in 2015, it was a little over 3,300 cases. Convictions or charges there, almost 3,700 for the year. Forward, as I mentioned earlier, we're currently on pace to exceed the cases filed in 2015. I think as of yesterday, we were 130 cases more than we'd filed a year ago. August 8th, the court is starting the Odyssey implementation. It's a new e-filing system that the court is moving to. Currently, we use the iStars, the Idaho Repository. All counties are moving to Odyssey. Twin Falls was the first, Ada County is the second. We are currently in process of working with the Supreme Court to train and to begin our e-filing beginning on August 8th, and train our prosecutors as well. Increased courtroom responsibilities. We currently cover 7 full-time magistrates and 1 part-time magistrate who visits from Elmore County. We've had one of our recent magistrates, Judge Manweiler, move from juvenile courthouse to downtown. He'll be working at the downtown courthouse. We anticipate that he'll be taking an increased caseload, and we'll be covering his cases as well, including certain DUI responsibilities affiliated with that. Those are some of the plans we have going forward as we continue the contract, as we continue our prosecution services. I'll turn the time over to Christine Starr to work with our police advice.
Will you do my thing? Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much for this time this evening. As you'll see, I have the team, we call it the public safety team. And the public safety team provides 3 attorneys to the Meridian Police Department. Can you go backwards a little? Maybe, there you go, thank you. Okay. And I often tell people I have the greatest job in the world, and I truly believe that because I get to work with my heroes every single day. And that includes the Meridian Police Department. And I can't tell this council, and I'm sure you know this, but how wonderful of a police department you have. I've been working with them for 11 years, so I feel like I have some record of knowledge with respect to how great the department is. You'll see that we rotate 3 folks out there every single week, and we do this for a reason. One of the things that we strive to achieve is confidence from the officers that they can come and talk to us about anything. And that's very important because we don't want them coming to us after the fact when something's happened. We want them thinking about coming to us at the beginning. And so when you rotate out 3 different people, you get 3 different personalities. And that means that one officer may think that I'm great, another officer may think that another person is great, and they'll go to the person that they feel the most comfortable with. We don't care who they go to, we just want them to come and talk to us about their cases and the questions that they have. So the services we provide, and I know that Bill has shared these with you, but I just want to share with you a day in the life. So for instance, today is Tuesday, so I was at the Meridian Police Department. I went in, I went to the front desk, I grabbed my package of public records requests that we deal with every time we're out there. In the last year, we've had over 3,500 public records requests. We're on track to have more this year. I have one today that's 618 pages. You're welcome, Bill. So I pick up my public records request, and then I go and check, is there anything that the chief needs from me? Well, the chief is out of town today, so we didn't have command staff. That led me to Lieutenant Coliani, to Lieutenant Stokes, and Lieutenant Leslie. And we had a conversation about a couple of different things. One is the Odyssey that's coming and whether or not our e-citations are going to work properly with that system, and how we're going to direct people to the court system during that transition period. period. 2, we talked about some internal matters, some uses of force issues. So we will cover a gamut of issues while we're out there. Then I went back to the office and I was approached by multiple officers who had questions. Officer Frazier came and spoke with me about some issues that he had with an upcoming trial and wanted to make sure that he was prepared for that and that it would go as planned. So when we're out there, we're addressing a lot of different issues. Next. One of my favorite things that we do is provide police training to the officers, and we do that in a variety of ways. We give them emails sometimes just saying, hey, just an FYI, this has happened, you should be aware of this. We send them briefing papers. We will do briefing trainings. I'm about ready to do one of those for all of the briefings coming up here shortly. And then we do classroom training. And just so you know, I'm post-certified, and so is Kimberly Smith, so that when we go out and we do training for the officers, they actually get post credit for attending the trainings that we provide for them. This is an example of a police advice bulletin that we'll provide, and we try to do it in a scenario-based situation so that it makes sense to the officers and they can apply it to their everyday experiences out in the road. This year we did a training that was really important in my estimation. I'm sure that you're aware that our officers are asked to deal with more individuals that have mental issues on a daily basis. And so when we look at that, there has been a distinct pattern with respect to how courts are viewing our officer interactions with these individuals. We all know that the police are always called to handle whatever problem is out there, and let's be honest, police officers, although they take on the role, they're not social workers. And so the Meridian Police Department does a great job of getting officers trained to deal with situations that may not really be law enforcement situations. They may be more a community caretaking function, which is what we're often called to. So we did a block on uses of force with mentally ill, which is exceedingly important because we don't want to have those situations where we have uses of force that are inappropriate. And certainly when we're dealing with this population, there are very different considerations. So we've talked about our body-worn camera policies. In addition to that, this year, we also have talked about proper evidence handling. These are examples. And the briefing that I'm going to be doing upcoming relates to the changes in the CCW law in Idaho, which is very important. Officers are going to have to deal with that in a very different way. We try to keep them up to date on the changes that come out of the Ninth Circuit, the Court of Appeals, and also from our Supreme Court. We have an on-call team that we provide for them. It's 24/7 service. So anytime, night or day, an officer can call and get one of our police team advisors and speak to them. We do telephonic warrants for blood draws. We do search warrants. We answer questions. Crazy things come out in the field, and those officers can reach us anytime, day or night. Do you have any questions for us?
Council, any questions?
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Kavner.
One question, if you could go back, you had the pie chart that broke down the charges, and I saw DUI and alcohol, and I'm just curious if you could extrapolate a little bit about the separation between those two.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Kavner. And DUI specifically related to driving under the influence above a .08 or under the influence, or impaired, I should say, by a controlled substance. The alcohol violations are usually different. Illegal consumption is usually a minor. Possessing alcohol, consuming alcohol under the age. It's a little bit different between those two there. Open containers of alcohol, I think, would fall under the alcohol category as well.
Great, thank you.
Anything else?
Madam Mayor, if under the anything else, I'd love to get a copy of this presentation. I think some of the data that's in that is very valuable, at least to myself. So if you could pass it along, I'd really appreciate it.
It will be part of the public record.
Well, there we go. I'll do a request.
You don't need to do a request.
Down that road, I'll do a request.
You'll be able to see it even in your packet. So, anything from Bill or Lieutenant Leslie?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would like to just speak a little bit on behalf of the prosecution team. And they are truly a team with us and help us tremendously. The training they provide to our officers, keeping us updated on the Supreme Court rulings and changes, those happened all the time throughout the year. So our officers don't necessarily be able to keep up on all of that. So that's a valued asset for us. And then the on-call. I can't tell you how many times we call them in the middle of the night and need either advice or a warrant to get into a residence or a car, and they're very prompt and respond to all of our needs. So we do value their partnership with us.
Lieutenant.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I mean, it's been an invaluable partnership for the city for the last 14 years, and the service that we've received over the years, even without the same people in the place, has been seamless. It has been a value to both from the legal department side, and we work very closely. There's a lot of issues that occasionally overlap, whether it's public records or something else, and they've always been great with Boise City to work with and to troubleshoot through problems and concerns and making sure the citizens are getting the right information at the right time. And again, I'd echo what Lieutenant Leslie said. I've never heard any negative comments from police in regards to the services provided by this contract, and that is not normal. It is not something you always find very often. They do provide us a great value, and I appreciate them very much, especially that one long PR.
Well, we certainly have appreciated the relationship. We'll miss Terry Dearden. We know it's a team that Terry's been off in the face, but it is a team, and we really value this relationship. This is what we should be doing, collaborating on things that make sense, to find efficiencies, to leverage resources, and this has been one of those partnerships that is a shining star and an example of exactly those goals. So thank you for coming and presenting today. We would like to send our thanks back to your electeds for a continued relationship.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, members of the council.
Okay, there were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we'll move into our action items. Item 8A was requested to move, we've moved one from 10A. Now you know why I wanted you to repeat your motion. And that would be the third reading of ordinance 16-1695. Madam Clerk, will you please read this ordinance by title?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Meridian approving the urban renewal plan for the 10 Mile Road Urban Renewal Project, which plan includes revenue allocation financing provisions, authorizing the city clerk to transmit a copy of this ordinance and other required information to the county affected taxing entities and state officials, approving the summary of the ordinance, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. And so we'll move to this continued public hearing on the 10 Mile Urban Renewal District, and I'll turn this over to Mr. Chatterton.
Madam Mayor, council members, Mayor, as you just said, this public hearing was continued from last week. As such, we don't have a canned presentation for you tonight, but we'd like to aid in any additional discussion or questions that you might have. Phil Cushline is here to help with that. If we need to bring up the presentation from last week, we can certainly do that. There is one item that I wanted to mention. At a previous meeting, Councilmember Palmer had asked the question, well, we sort of put it in our own words, Councilman, using today's city levy, what would the property tax be for the City of Meridian and the 10 Mile URD? So Finance, Rita Cunningham, did analysis of that. I believe you all have hard copies in front of you. I guess my question for you is, do you want Rita to go over that with you now? I'm seeing one nod. Okay. Here she comes.
Thanks, Bruce. Madam Mayor, members of council, what we did is we took the district plans that's been presented to you and the projected growth over the next 20 years, and we applied our current levy, and we said, okay, if it grows at this rate, at today's levy, it would be $23.8 million that the city would receive in 20 years for that 301 acres. If the district actually is approved, then we would be locked in at $151,000 in tax revenue per year, and that would equal $3 million over 20 years. So it's basically your high and your low. Does that answer some questions?
And this it's consistent with the example that was included in the report, but you drilled it down and made it more relevant.
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Palmer.
Can you explain that to me again? So if we approve it, the city's going to get $3 million over 20 years?
Over 20 years, that's correct. We get locked in at 100 of today's taxable property tax amount. And what they do is they lock in the taxable value, and then they'll apply our levy each year against that $38 million. So it equates to about $151,000 in property tax each year. So times 20 years?
Yes, and Councilmember, that's what we've often referred to as the base, which of course is not affected by creation of the urban renewal district.
So, follow up, Madam Mayor. So the district doesn't get 100% of the revenue while it's created?
That's correct. The taxing entities that are currently getting money from that base would continue to receive it.
All right.
Any other questions while Rita's up here? Okay. And we appreciate you pulling that together, Rita.
Okay, you bet. Thank you.
Any other questions, any other discussion? If we can help with that, certainly. We're here.
Okay. Council?
No? Public hearing?
Okay. I know that this was continued so that Councilman Borton and I know that Councilman Kefner was on via telephone, and to offer them an opportunity to ask any questions of Mr. Chatterton or Mr. Phil. Mr. Phil.
That's Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil. Do you have anything at this point? And it was a continued public hearing. If there's any member of the public who was not able to provide testimony, I did have a couple of people that signed up. Andrew, and I'm sorry, I can't read your last name. It begins with a G, I believe. Would you like to provide testimony?
No.
Okay.
I just,
If
not
you
sure
want to
if
talk, you do need to come up. Or you're just on the record of being neutral and or against.
Yes, because I
If
am
you'll-
unaware of what
Andrew?
impact it has on the rest of the Primrose subdivision.
If I can first ask you to state your name and address for the record.
Andrew Gowans,
Thank you. And your address?
1701 Waltman Street, Meridian.
Thank you.
So I didn't want to testify, I just was neutral because I don't know what the impact is making it an urban renewal district. I don't know what that means. I looked it up and it has to do with slums and things like that. It's all farmland. So I don't know what impact it would have on my property in the Primrose subdivision. So I was hoping they would explain that so I would gain a knowledge about it. That's all.
Okay, we can have them do there was an eligibility report, and we'll wait and ask you to say that after the public testimony, but I appreciate your question.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Richard Telanino? Well, it was my best interpretation. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Richard Tellaho, 1885 Waltman Street. I did want to agree with the previous speaker. Meridian does have a top-shelf police department.
Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of more or less am going to reiterate what Andrew was mentioning, is that because I'm having a hard time getting my head around it as well, because I looked up from various sources the whole prospect of the urban renewal district, and the commonality between everything I saw was a rejuvenation or revitalization of an area that is suffering from some type of a blight. So I'm just kind of confused with that as well. Hang on. I'm gonna it's an age thing.
I know how that goes.
So I'm trying to figure out how these definitions apply to our area. From what I understand, it's supposed to go from 10 Mile to Peregrine School, and then from the interstate to Franklin. Am I correct?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately, okay. So the speaker before was talking about the tax base and stuff like that. Is that considered, are they going to utilize TIF or the tax incremental financing? Is that what that would boil down to?
Yes, so the value that's created by the district and the improvements will be collected in the district and reinvested.
Right, okay. So if it becomes, if this urban district is implemented, how long of a term do you anticipate? Is it going to go like for 20 years? Is that what the estimate is?
As has been provided on public testimony, the estimation is get in and get out. So they're on specific public infrastructure improvements that would qualify for the TIF money to invest in those public infrastructure improvements. And once those public infrastructure improvements are paid off, the district would expire.
Okay.
So they're anticipating maximum 17 years, I believe it was 16 years, and it could be less depending on the value that's created by the investments.
Okay. So I guess the bottom line is what we're all concerned about is having an urban renewal district either this close or encompassing our properties. There's definitely kind of a stigma that gets attached with that because basically of the definitions. So we're
Well,
trying
this one is not a downtown urban renewal district. It's an economic development urban renewal district. So the intent and the purpose of the establishment is to create jobs, and that's and because that area has an extraordinary infrastructure need, and there's extraordinary cost to it. That urban renewal district has, in the eligibility report, said that this would help offset some of those costs to make the needed public infrastructure improvements so development can occur.
So it's more or less kind of an economic.
It's for jobs.
It's a financing tool kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Sandra, did you want to provide testimony? Okay, thank you. Those were the citizens that did sign up. Is there anyone else who would like to provide testimony on this item? Yes, ma'am. Good evening. If you'll please state your name and address.
So Jeanette Ackerman, 2070 West Waltman. So I attended last week's meeting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and my understanding was at that meeting, part of the reason for extending it tonight was to give the public a chance to hear more about the urban renewal and what is going on, and yet there really hasn't been a presentation tonight to give us that information. And I feel like there is quite a few public members here today compared to 3 o'clock last Tuesday that I think would appreciate actually hearing the presentation and why this is necessary for this area of Meridian versus any other area of Meridian. And so that's what I would encourage the council to allow us to hear what the plan is, so that we actually have something to testify about. So.
Okay. Well, we have had the presentations on the plan in previous council meetings, so we can. Bruce or Phil, would you like to give a summary report? Do you have a presentation?
I know last week you had maps, and there was more of a presentation.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, we are prepared to give a presentation. Perhaps Phil would run through it in more of a Cliff Notes version of it than before, but we are queued up to be able to do that. So.
Okay. Well, you could have offered that at the beginning of the public hearing.
I could have sworn that I did.
You did?
Could have sworn that I did. Here to help.
There you go. Well, thank you. Okay, a bat, would it be helpful? Thank you, Phil.
Your Honor, members of council, again, for the record, my name is Phil Cushlan, Post Office Box 8463, Boise. Again, I'll not run through the entire presentation for you, but I'll maybe give a little bit of recap of where we've been so far. If I can make this work. Okay. Looking at the process, the council created the agency that manages your urban renewal efforts back in 2002. Then in 2007, the city went through a significant process and did it's called a specific area plan for the area around the proposed at that time 10-mile interchange off of I-84. That plan was adopted in 2007, and then subsequent to that, the vision that was articulated in that plan never really came to fruition for a variety of reasons. But the clear vision at that time was to create an environment that produces high-wage family value jobs that would be significantly a different type of development pattern there than existed in the other parts of the community. That having not occurred, in 2015, the City Council, in collaboration with the Meridian Development Corporation, started the process to consider the establishment of an urban renewal district for this area. And clearly, there's some confusion about what urban renewal is in this state. And initially, the process was focused on what's traditionally called slum and blight, the rectification of urban decay. But in 1988, there was a revision to the state law which brought in a process which is called the Local Economic Development Act, which is basically the tax increment process that companions the creation of the urban renewal district itself. And so there was an explicit legislative directive at that point to use the tools for the creation and enhancement of the economic vitality of a community. And so while much of the process as you go through and the terminology is the same as the old slum and blight issue, the focus here that we've talked about out in 10 Mile has been exclusively for economic development and job creation. And again, as we've got into this, got explicit direction from the mayor and council that this would be the kind of project where you would have a defined set of improvements. You would incentivize the private investment that would produce the revenues to pay for those without turning to the rest of the community. And then the project would go in, be completed, and then the district be closed as soon as the payment for the infrastructure was concluded. So I think that's what we've structured here, and And again, I think the specific projects relate to the needs of that area specifically. Process, probably, we've already been through that, but I'll get to the map here in a minute. Oh, I guess the map isn't here. But generally, the area that was under consideration goes from the north right-of-way line of Interstate 84 north to Franklin Road and east of 10 Mile. Here's a depiction. It basically is only those properties that are undeveloped at this time. It does not impact the adjacent developed properties. So only those properties that are within the dashed line here are to be included in the district. So there is no effect on the surrounding properties. Generally, the plan of work calls for the creation of roadways through the area, the extension of public utilities, water, sewer, storm drainage, the improvement of the drainage channels through there, making them a public amenity as opposed to the service that they're providing now. So I think the report you heard earlier from the Finance Department suggests that the investment pattern assumed by the property owners is a higher level than would normally be expected without these kind of incentives, and so ultimately the yield to the city and the other taxing entities will be higher than it would be had it developed without the incentives. So that's a quick run through of over a year's work, but I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have for further elaboration.
Thank you, Phil. Council, any questions?
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Palmer.
And I'm not sure the question really should go to, but I guess to help put the minds of the property owners on Waltman at ease, what, at least to know what the future might hold for them. I seem to remember something in the back of my mind that there's plans to eventually connect Waltman to the proposed development. It will never happen, or it's not in the plans to ever happen, at least.
I believe that Sonia would be the best person to address that too. No? No? Okay. Maybe Caleb.
Exciting.
Madam Mayor, Councilman, Waltman is not slated to go through further to the west in the future.
Okay.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Palmer, in answer to the general concerns about the effect of urban renewal on development in this area, it's important to point out that the entitlements, the zoning and plat and site planning entitlements for these properties really govern what and when and how much can be developed in each case. The urban renewal district, just want to point out, I know Mayor and Council are aware of this, but folks in the audience, the urban renewal district simply is providing a mechanism for improving some deficient infrastructure in that area as a way of making uses occur. How that happens, of course, is a separate set of land use processes, and those land use processes are not part of what we're talking about right now.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Byrd.
Bruce, basically, whether it's urban renewal district or just plain City of Meridian property, the applicants have to go through the same applications, and I think that was what Waltman's people were worried about. They still have to go through the same application to do their project, whether they're urban renewal or they're not.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Byrd, that's absolutely right. So again, the land use hearings and processes that we have govern what actually can be built, what's allowed to be built. This is a separate issue around development proposals for those sites and creating that incentive for the employment center that we're all interested in.
Any questions from council? Thank you. And I'm sorry, any testimony from those that have already provided testimony, did that initiate any new question? If not, anyone else wish to provide testimony on this item? Sorry, I got that mixed around. I could make excuses, but I won't. Council, further information? What's your pleasure?
Yeah. Madam Mayor?
Mr. Kavner.
Seeing no other public testimony to be given, I move that we close the public hearing on 9A, 10-mile urban renewal project for the Meridian Development Corporation, and include all staff and public testimony.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on item 8A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All ayes, motion carried.
Third reading.
We've already had the third reading of the ordinance, and so at this point, council, if it would be your desire to move this forward, it would be a motion to adopt the ordinance 16-1695. Is that correct, Mr. Neri?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
16. Madam Mayor,
Mr. Kavner.
we'll take a crack at this, see where it goes. You know, to the staff and to, if it is Dr. Phil, Mr. Cushlan, and the members of the MDC that are here tonight, I think that this, as we heard from the public, the establishment of an urban renewal district is somewhat complicated and time-consuming, and with that brings some confusion, as we've heard from some of our citizens here tonight. This is an issue I think that we as a council have weighed considerably over the past few months, and I have found myself times at night being adamantly opposed to it and adamantly in favor of it. It's complex, and what we have to, I think, really look at it is that there's a potential here for some great benefit to our community, but it comes at a cost. And I think that we as the council are chosen to be the arbiters of, is that cost worth it to the benefit that we receive in our community? So, with that, I would move that we approve ordinance 16-1695, an ordinance for the city of Meridian to approve the urban renewal plan for the 10-mile road urban renewal project.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve item 8A. Discussion from council.
Madam Mayor,
Ms. Lowe Roberts.
I guess I need some clarification. We had some follow-up information, and I wondered at what point it was appropriate to discuss. I guess maybe I had a question. Sorry, I'm going two paths here. Like how the $50,000 was determined and potential different ways it could be managed. But I was curious how we came to the $50,000. Is that a Phil question, Dr. Phil?
But we've closed the discussion on it. I think that you had received a letter from Mr. Phil. I'm sorry, I really have a headache and I'm trying to even talk. Mr. Cushlan. And I think maybe as with the passing of this ordinance or not, perhaps we can allow the Urban Renewal District Board to discuss the 5 options and maybe come back and have a conversation the first week in July with council on what their discussion is and see if you can be part of that discussion before a decision's made.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, discussion?
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Palmer.
Just a question on that point. So they can come discuss things with us, but the decision is still completely up to them if we say aye today.
That's correct.
Okay. I guess further comment. I like Councilman Kavner have gone back and forth many times, usually against, but for glimmering moments, somewhat in favor. My biggest fear at this point, having had extensive discussions with the property owners in question here, I feel satisfied with their ability to move forward and provide us an amazing project. I feel very unconfident, if that's a word, in our ability as government to handle it properly, especially with regards to the district themselves. I have no confidence in the Meridian Development Corporation and their ability to handle this, let alone anything else that they've done with the downtown Meridian Urban Rural District. I plan on voting in favor of this because I feel that it won't be as hands-on as the downtown district has been, and that I'm going to lean heavily on the property owners to make this happen, and I would hope that the district would come to us and ask for input. While the decision will be theirs, I would hope that they would come and ask us what we think, and as the elected representatives of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. And I think that that's a good, is the Urban Renewal District here? Do we have any? Oh, I'm sorry. You were behind Mr. Turnbull. I didn't see you. Certainly can take that for the board discussion, and when they come here, we'll request that they join us the first meeting of July to have the conversation, and if the property owners want to be a part of that works as well. But I think they're two different things, and I think it's important that the MDC board knows some of your concerns. So, any further discussion? Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer. Aye. Councilmember Little Roberts.
Aye.
Councilmember Borton.
Abstain.
Councilmember Byrd.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it, and next steps, Mr. Neri.
Madam members of the council, we have a couple of documents that need to be gathered, or actually one more document needs to be gathered, then we'll send notice to the taxing entities. The ordinance will be published in the paper on Monday, so then it'll become effective. I think it's actually the ordinance is retroactive to the beginning of the year, but it'll be published on Monday, and then the district will move forward. There's some documentation that has to go to the state and such.
Okay. Did you have a question?
Just a comment, if I may.
Okay.
I want to reiterate my thanks to staff. I know that this is not a project that was handled over the course of a week or a weekend, but there's been a lot of time and energy and resources put into that, and so just thank you to all of you for your hard work on this. Very appreciated.
And staff that's in the realm of both city and MDC, and appreciate that collaboration. Certainly appreciate your work, Phil. And I appreciate our neighbors of coming and sharing their questions, your concern, and we look forward to you being involved in the process as well. So, thank you. Okay, item 8B is a public hearing for H 2016-0056. Thank you. I will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The application before you is a request for a development agreement modification. This site consists of 34.62 acres of land. It's zone CG, located on the north side of East Overland Road, west of Eagle Road at 2600 and 2700 East Overland Road. The subject property was annexed back in 1994 as part of a larger 167-acre area, which included the I-84 interchange to the north and the St. Luke's property to the northeast. This property and the interchange area provided an annexation path for St. Luke's. A development agreement was required as a provision of annexation for these properties. However, only the St. Luke's property has entered into a development agreement. The subject property never did until this application. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is mixed use regional for this property. The applicant is requesting a new development agreement for the subject property with some modifications to the original provisions. The original provisions included the requirements for the development to comply with city ordinances and the comprehensive plan, connection to city water and sewer services, and to obtain approval of a conditional use permit for a planned development. The applicant is proposing to remove the requirement for a conditional use permit and planned development, as the city really no longer does that, and not require a detailed conditional use permit for principal permitted uses in the CG district. The applicant has submitted a conceptual development plan as shown for the west parcel that depicts an 85,000 square foot single-story retail store with associated parking and vacant land adjacent to Overland Road for future development. Cinema Drive is a stub street here at the west property boundary, will be extended through the property to the east boundary. South Wells Avenue is also proposed north and south along the east boundary of the site. You can see there. A conceptual development plan was not submitted for the east parcel. Staff is amenable to removing this provision, but recommends the development agreement is modified prior to development of the east parcel to include a concept plan for the parcel that is consistent with the mixed-use regional future land use map designation. Conceptual building elevations were submitted for the future structure on this site. Materials consist of split face and smooth face CMU, metal wall panel accents, and standing seam metal canopies. The structure is required to comply with the design standards listed in the Architectural Standards Manual. Written testimony has been received from Brad Miller, the applicant's representative, in agreement with the staff report. No other written testimony has been received. Staff is recommending approval per the staff report. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, would the applicant like to make comments?
Sure.
Hello, Mr. Miller.
Hello, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Brad Miller with Van Acker Companies. Volante Investments, the applicant, is a company of ours. I'm at 3084 East Lanark in Meridian. We've owned this property since 1998, so I guess it's probably time that we go ahead and start developing it. It's interesting, when the property was annexed and zoned, that was what provided the annexation path to St. Luke's. And St. Luke's is the only one that entered into a development agreement, and that happened 6 years later. So they did that in the year 2000, and none of the other properties ever did. Interestingly enough, with these two parcels, when they went through the annexation and zoning, the original owners wanted an R15 zoning. So when they did that, the city council said, well, if you want that, then you're going to have conditional use permit or planned development. Well, between the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and the city council meeting, they decided to go from R15 to CG, but the conditions of approval were not changed. So that's why the CUP and PU or PD requirements still stand. So we're asking that those be eliminated and that we're not subject to a CUP or a planned development. And I ask for your approval. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Brad. Council, any questions?
Thank you.
I think
Appreciate
they're
your
just
consideration.
wondering if the sign on the building was really true.
Well, I signed a confidentiality agreement, so I can't say anything about it, but, you know, I don't know.
It's out on the street.
Denying it for months now.
Well, now I can just show the application pictures if I get any questions then, right?
It's part of your packet.
It is. Refer them to this meeting, right?
That's right.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to provide testimony on this item?
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Byrd.
Seeing none, I move we close the public hearing on H 2016-0056.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
I move we approve H 2016-0056 and include staff and applicant comments on the new development agreement and modification to conditions of approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 8B. Any discussion by council? Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Little Roberts.
Aye.
Councilmember Borton.
Aye.
Councilmember Byrd.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried. Thank you.
Meridian's excited.
South Meridian is excited. Item 8C is a public hearing on H 2016-0057. I will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. The next application is also a request for a development agreement modification. This site consists of approximately 5 acres of land. It's zoned CG and is located northwest of the North Eagle Road and East Ustick Road intersection. This property was annexed back in 2003 with a development agreement. There have been a couple of modifications to the agreement pertaining to this property. One was a reduced buffer width along the west boundary of the site, adjacent to residences in Champion Park subdivision, to 10 feet. Another approved a concept plan for a multifamily residential development on this property. A preliminary and final plat have also been approved, which contain this property. However, the final plat for Phase 2 is yet to be recorded. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is mixed use regional. The applicant's wanting to cover most of the presentation in his presentation, so I'll keep it at a minimum with mine. The applicant is requesting a modification to the existing development agreements applicable to this site to allow the development of a self-service storage facility with outdoor storage through a conditional use permit in place of the multifamily development previously conceptually approved. A reduction in the width of the buffer required along East Jasmine Lane and the residential use to the north from 25 feet to 0. Because, I'll just explain a little bit on that, because the residential use to the north is separated by a street, Jasmine Lane here, and it doesn't share a contiguous lot line, the UDC does not require a land use buffer between the commercial and the residential. Therefore, staff is amenable to reducing that buffer. However, street buffer is then required adjacent to a local street of 10 feet. So staff is recommending a reduced buffer, but only down to 10 feet, as that's what's required for a street. And then they also request authorization to close off the micropath from Champion Park subdivision at the west boundary. Staff is okay with that closure there. As you can see, the pathway is right there. The nature of the proposed use does require it to be enclosed for security reasons, so staff is supporting that. And then the allowance for a building permit to be issued in Phase 2 of Centerpoint subdivision prior to recordation of the plat, with the understanding that everything, including the extension of Centerpoint Way, would be completed prior to certificate of occupancy. Staff is fine with that. Written testimony was received from Jonathan Seal, the applicant's representative, and Chad Olson in agreement with the staff report. And staff is recommending approval per the staff report. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Kavner.
Sonia, can you point me or direct me to where that pathway was planned to connect to? I see where it is, but was there ever a plan as to where that pathway was eventually supposed to connect?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Kavanagh, it was just proposed as a pedestrian access to the commercial development. Okay. And I should have also, I wasn't keeping up with my slides very well. So this was the original concept plan for residential, and then this is the proposed plan for the storage units, and then the elevations for the entry of the facility.
Great, thank you.
What's the X? It will be walled off, so you won't see something like that?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, Council.
Just trying to figure that one
The
out.
applicant asked me to include that. It was part of his application packet, and the reason I put an X to it is because I didn't want council to think that that's what they're proposing. This was actually an example of what this would not look like, because it has the exterior rear walls of the building are going to be 12 feet tall, and then there's going to be 14-foot tall tower elements, as you can kind of see here in this elevation, that would screen all of the interior storage. The outdoor storage would be located more in the center of the development.
Okay. So you won't see that.
You won't see that.
Okay. Just verifying. Is the applicant here this evening? Good evening, Jonathan. If you'll please
Yes.
state your name and address.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Jonathan Seal. I'm here on behalf of the W.H. Moore Company, 1940 Benito. Let me first start with, I have been involved in Center Point Marketplace since the beginning. I've done the annexation, the rezones, the multiple development agreements, the plats. I did the cooperative development agreement with ACHD on U-Stick. I did most of the construction within the center. I also did the improvements to Eagle Road with ITD. And I mention that only because during that whole process, Winston Moore maintained a high standard of quality within this project. And so the reason I'm mentioning that is because as you look at this and you go self-storage, at least I had the reaction at first, you go, really? Self-storage within Center Point Marketplace? But I think as I go through and describe this to you, I hope that you'll share with what I believe, and also Winston Moore felt, that this does maintain the quality standards that we have maintained at Center Point Marketplace. So I think with that, if I don't screw this up, within the project itself, I think the things that are very interesting about it, as you look around the perimeter of it here, and I don't know if this is actually working, so thank you. Anyways, if you look at the perimeter of the project, the walls are 12 feet tall. They're constructed of stucco. Every 35 feet, there's a column. It's going to be an earth tone type of color. I know we don't typically get into that. But I think the point I want to make here is that you've got architectural relief, you've got something that's attractive, and I think for a storage facility, you also have something that's unusual from that standpoint. So it will block any visual view of the interior of the project. The other thing I might mention, is it working? Is that within the...
Sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Did you select a color, Jonathan?
Oh, I'll get red. How's that?
Okay.
So within the interior of it, still not working. The interior, the perimeter, is enclosed storage facilities. The lower half of it is also enclosed storage facilities, and the upper half of it is basically open storage, which I will address in a minute. If we can go to the entrance project on it, it's fine, son.
Difficulties.
Okay. Again, if you look at this, the upper one here, not the lower one, but if you look at the upper one, again, I think you can see how this reflects the kind of quality as far as architectural quality that I think we're maintaining within this project. I don't think this is a type of design and construction you customarily see within a self-storage facility. So again, I think it speaks of the character. And if you look on either side, you can see the columns that they're going to be constructing every 35 feet. So again, I think it's a very attractive thing. I think from a standpoint from the residents on the north side along Jasmine Lane, as well as within Champion Shark subdivision, it'll block a view of this project. They won't have to look at something such as an apartment or a commercial development. That would be an allowed use in here. So having said that, to getting into the specifics, as we mentioned, our first request was for a 10-foot or a zero lot line on the north end of the property. We know the staff has asked for 10 feet. We recognize that there's a possibility that Jasmine Lane may be a public road at some point, so we're in agreement with the 10 feet. The second one that we asked for is open storage. When I first did the development agreement back in 2003 or 4, whatever it was, one of the things I excluded was open storage. And if you can go to that picture with the X. Down here, this is what I envisioned. I envisioned RVs backed up to a cyclone fence, which I can tell you then as well as now will never happen. But the reason I didn't want that in there, so I excluded that as an open use. But I think now, as you can see with this design, with the 12-foot structures in here. As you're driving down the street or you're in the residential area, you're not going to see any open structures. You're not going to be looking at that RV that's been parked out there for 5 years that's broken down. You're going to see a nice architectural design. So that's why we're comfortable with the open storage in this particular project. Again, it's not going to be visible. The third one we asked was about the micropath, and I know one of the council members asked that. We're not sure why the micropath was put there either. And then actually in neighborhood meetings in the past, neighbors have brought up the concern about security. Why is that put there? I'm not sure where it'll go. But I think you can see with this project now that it serves absolutely no purpose and actually may be a security issue to the residents in Champion Park subdivision. So what we would propose is that we would close that off. I know the neighbors would support that. It doesn't go anywhere. It serves no purpose. And finally, the fourth thing that we would ask for, as mentioned, is that the applicant could potentially, may not, but potentially start construction, in other words, get a building permit prior to recording the plat. Just for background information, right now I'm in the process of taking the plans for the City of Meridian and Ada County Highway District for approval of Centerpoint Way. I would anticipate sometime in August we would be under construction, and this would be finished by the end of September potentially. The final plat is also going through the process right now for signatures, and that also I anticipate will be signed and recorded by the end of September. So this simply gives him the flexibility, if he chooses, to start his building process while I'm going through the road construction and the platting process, with the understanding that the approvals for the Centerpoint Way, as far as ACHD, the City of Meridian, and any conditions as far as his project will have to be satisfied before he gets a certificate of occupancy. So we think this is an excellent project. This is probably the least intrusive project that you could have within Centerpoint. The feedback we've gotten from the neighbors at the neighborhood meeting and the phone calls I've got, they're very positive about it. With that, I will stand for any questions you might have.
Jonathan, I have just one, and it would be a concern of having a 12-foot high wall with a landscape strip up against the back fences of the subdivision, that you create this dark corridor that who knows what happens there. So what is the plan to maintain that area and make sure it has some eyes on it or something? That would concern me.
Okay. Madam Mayor, council members, that's a fair question. You know, the landscape ordinance requires that we landscape that area back there. I know the applicant has submitted an alternative of compliance for that. You could simply put, and I may be getting a lot of my area expertise, more decorative type of trees back there that don't get large in there, so they're going to be small. Or frankly, we can eliminate them. It's a fair question, but I think the idea of the wall and stuff is also to give an attractiveness to reduce the visibility to the structure. So you've got an 8-foot fence already over, or 6-foot fence already over there. So that could be something we could investigate in a conditional use permit, which we have already submitted to the city. So I don't have a good answer for you, very honestly, but I think it could be addressed. But that's also the reason why I think the micropath needs to be closed off, so that people from around there can't be walking into the residential. So I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Madam Mayor?
No, it doesn't answer my concern, but Mr. Byrd.
I too, we've got a couple of locations where we've done things like this, had landscaping between two walls, and they wind up being nothing but an eyesore because nobody goes in and takes care of them. Certainly if the owner and my fence is there and I'm not going to go back there and take care of it, and the other, man, I'd like to just see it eliminated and let the wall come up and not have any walkway through there myself, get right on the property line. In my opinion, we've made a mistake on a couple of them doing this, and they've turned out to be real headaches for the owners of the development plus the housing people.
Yep.
Going to be a maintenance nightmare and We know what happens in dark spaces that no eyes are on, right? Okay. Mr. Kavanagh?
Madam Mayor. Similar concerns as well. Jonathan, I guess two questions. One, I assume this facility is intended to be open 24 hours. And I guess the second question is specifically related to the landscape. It sounds like you've had some neighborhood meetings. I'm just curious as to what the feedback from the residents have been.
Madam Mayor, council members, yes, we've had it. I actually had one couple that showed up, even though we notified everybody within the area, and I got 2 phone calls. The response from them was positive. In other words, I think they recognized that within a commercial project, this has got to be the least intrusive use you could have. If you think about it, when I originally did this, and if you looked at the concept plan, and actually there was a family fun center was going to be there, which would have been a 35-foot tall structure with parking around it. We also came in for a multifamily at one time, which did not materialize. But there's many allowed uses in here, as we all know, that could go there that would be very intrusive to the surrounding area, and yet it would be an allowed use. So I think from that standpoint, I think it's positive. I think we can potentially do some landscaping. I'm not sure what necessary solution. I know that the applicant has suggested just simply putting bark back there instead of grass. If there's another solution in that particular thing, I think we would be open to it. I usually try to prepare for all questions, but you got me on that one.
Oh, we haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, that's true. I'm out of practice. So, yeah, I mean, we would prefer to eliminate it or do something like that. So if there's something open in there, again, we were trying to do is keep some kind of barrier so the neighbors in Champion Park subdivision are not looking at, garages or things like that. So we thought the fact is it's attractive, it's stucco, it's not a metal type of structure, that was a plus. So that's the direction we were going in. On the landscaping, maybe it could be something as simply as stone. I'm speaking on my behalf, maybe those trees, instead of being put back there, which frankly I don't think serves a lot of purpose in that, maybe that they be placed out along Center Point Way or something like that and serve more of a purpose.
Maybe you put it in the neighbors' backyards.
Yeah, we could do that too.
Mr. Palmer.
I don't know if it's something that we can do, and if it's something the applicant would be interested in, and I don't even know if there's construction limitations to being able to do it. Could we just allow them to put, Keith mentioned it, the wall on the property line?
You want a 12-foot solid wall right on your back property line?
I'd much rather have that than that space if I live there.
Yeah, we're just, because the development agreement, the way it states right now, I have a 10-foot buffer back there. And the reason we did the 10-foot buffer was originally Champion Park all that was planned was for self-storage. And so when I came to council back then, I said when they changed it to residential, I said, we shouldn't be penalized because now they've gone from self-storage to residential. So we're just simply honoring the 10-foot buffer. So,
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I mean, that's going to have to be noticed. That's part of the existing development agreement. It wasn't requested, so it hasn't been noticed to the public. It hasn't been noticed as a change. So if you want to consider that, they would have to reapply to do that because they are still required to have that buffer. Now, I think what Mr. Steele's saying is, they can put other things in the buffer rather than come back to remove the buffer. Well, we can't just remove the buffer tonight. So.
Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, if I can, my limited landscape experience here, maybe if you simply put stone back there, I mean, that's something that doesn't require any maintenance, and then we can still honor the 10-foot buffer if that's the case. But
Any other questions at this point for the applicant?
Here,
Mr.
to weigh in on this, and I appreciate Mr. Neri's comments. It's not the existence of the buffer that creates some concern, it's the access to it. And it may be simply a matter of, to the north and south, closing off any public ability to get back there. There'd still be access for the property owner to go and maintain it. I think the trees may be an important part to break up that facade of 12 feet the 10-foot setback is nice to not have
Yeah.
that adjacent to the homes, but that may be the simpler solution. It's not to eliminate it, but merely control the access so the public can't go back there.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Bartner, yeah, I mean, we could do that. Almost reminds me within Centerpoint where we had to build next to Kohl's, but because of their overhang, we couldn't technically attach our building to theirs. So we had to build this corridor, and we actually put a door in it so you could get in between to clean things out. You know, I think that's a fair option, and maybe that addresses the concern. And then you close off the micropath, and beyond that, you know, you can only do so much to stop people.
The motion lights.
Well,
Any other questions? Thank you.
all right, thank you very much.
I did have one person sign up, Joseph Cataloni signed up against. Would you like to provide testimony? I know you said no, but.
My name is Joseph Cataloni. I live at 2706 East Mahoney.
Thank you.
The pathway, right beside the pathway. It's already closed off. Kids are already going down, jumping over, running around there. So my concern would be the lighting, 24 hours. If I had to have a permanent moon, sun, whatever. And a 12-foot high fence would be a little excessive, I think. The 12-foot high wall. But other than that, I mean, it is better than a 4-story building, a 4-story apartment building, but, you know.
Thank you.
That's it, thanks.
Madam Mayor, if I may interrupt, and I think that Councilman Kavanagh asked a question that wasn't addressed, and it's important in regard to the hours of operation. The UDC does require that when the storage facility abuts a residential use, that the hours of operation are restricted from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. And then lighting would be required through a photometric report to end at the property line. So it shouldn't be trespassing past the boundary. Thank you.
Thanks, Sonia.
So the lighting on the back of the wall could not fall beyond the 10 feet.
Madam Mayor, that is correct. If they do lighting on the back of the building, I wouldn't foresee them doing that, especially next to residential, but yes.
Maybe more a motion light, so if there's something back there that will go off. Any further testimony? You do get the last word. I just wanted to make sure there was no
Okay.
further testimony.
Well, I didn't want to let everybody else get up here. Madam Mayor, council members, Jonathan Seal. The applicant's going to have somebody living there 24/7, and there will be a gate with key access, so it will be secured. So I think hopefully that will address question, because I got sidetracked too.
Okay.
That, it's not going to be open, it's not going to be, and there's going to be certain hours of operation, but there will be somebody, if you go back to the, if you go back to it, you can't really see right in the structure, but there is a living quarters within that structure. So there will be somebody there to monitor things on an ongoing basis. And again, I think that's a rare thing. You don't typically see that in self-storage. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Byrd.
Jonathan, that you're telling me that's a 10-foot buffer between the wall and the fences there on the west side?
Yes. And that's in the development agreement.
Okay, any further questions for the applicant? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, council.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Warren.
Question for staff. Is there, in light of the discussion you've heard with regards to the 10-foot buffer adjacent to the residential property and potential ways to address its maintenance concern and safety concern. Do you have any suggestions of language that might address some of council's concerns?
Madam Mayor, Council, Councilman Borton, I would just like to say, first of all, this typically in the CG district adjacent to residential, there is a 25-foot wide buffer required. Just to reiterate, this was reduced to 10 feet previously through the development agreement. So far as landscaping, Councilman Borton, I would just require something either more columnar that would go up rather than out, and something or ornamental, or maybe even instead of trees, approving alternative compliance for like an arborvitae or something of that variety, bushes. Something that might offer some screening to the back of the facility to kind of soften the wall. And another clarification, I've beat this subject to death with the applicant, but the CG district allows a maximum fence or wall height of 8 feet. I just want to be clear on the record that the 12-foot that they're proposing is actually the rear of the storage structures. It cannot be a wall that surrounds the facility. So just so that that's on record and clear to Mayor and Council. Councilman Borton, did that answer your question?
It did until the last part. So the 12-foot is the rear of the structure?
Yes.
There's then
It falls under the building height then, rather than the height of fencing. A wall essentially is a fence around a facility. If it's the rear of a building, it falls under the building height restrictions.
Madam Mayor, so is there, adjacent to the residential, is there a rear building height and then a separate fence?
The applicant has told me that this wall is actually the rear of the structure, storage facility structure. So one and the same. There is no wall.
Tomato, tomato. It's
Yes.
the thing is 12 feet high.
Rear of the building's 12 feet high, yes.
Okay. All right.
With 14-foot tall tower elements every 35 feet, I believe he said.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, just to build on that a little bit, since it is the back of the building and not a fence or a wall, they could go to 60 feet or 65 feet or whatever the building height is in the CG zone. So they aren't proposing that, but it's, we can't call it a fence because we can only approve 8-foot tall fences, but because it's a building, it's the building height that regulates that. So I think that's why Sonia wanted to clarify. This isn't a fence. It functions as such.
Right.
But it's the structure as a building.
It looks very much like a wall, and I was very skeptical of that and have been round and round the subject with the applicant just to make sure of their intentions so that we didn't get sideways on it. But. And then just to add on that a little bit, afterthought, but the facility is required to comply with the design standards in our architectural standards manual, which does require some modulation. You can't have just a long straight wall, so they will need to articulate that and modulate it in some way in order to meet our standards. Thank you.
So Sonia, can you also build into that back wall of their building that if any lighting, it can't be the regular type of lighting that goes on the back of a retail building that might have a door out the back, or that it, because I understand the concern of I'm going to have a light out the back of my house 24/7 or while it's dark. Can it be motion sensitive? Can you work with the applicant on appropriate lighting so it doesn't become the full moon effect?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay. And is there some mitigation you can do, as the applicant stated, to close off access to behind the buildings on both ends that would close off that access to the back?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we can write that in as a development agreement provision.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay. There's nothing further. I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
I move we close the public hearing on H 2016-0057.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on item 8C. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
I move we approve H 2016-0057, include all staff, applicant, public testimony, and includes a 10-foot buffer instead of 25 at the Jasmine Street, and at the west side where the building backs up, 10-foot buffer in there will be closed off on the north and south, so no public access, and also that the developer work with staff over lighting on the west side.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion from council?
Madam Mayor, the
Mr. Gordon.
micropath would be closed as well.
I think that's,
Okay. Okay, seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Little Roberts.
Aye.
Councilmember Borton.
Aye.
Councilmember Byrd.
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, item 8D is a public hearing on H 2016-0001. I'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. The next application is a request for a preliminary plat. This site consists of 136.63 acres of land. It's zoned R4 and is located on the east side of South Linder Road between West Victory and West Amity Roads. In 2014, this property was annexed as part of the Victory South Category B annexation with an R4 zoning district. A development agreement is required to be executed for this property as a provision of annexation prior to development on this site. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation for the northern 64 acres is low density residential, and for the southern 73 acres is medium density residential. The preliminary plat consists of 366 building lots, 20 common area lots, and one other lot for a city park on 136.63 acres of land in the R4 zoning district. The minimum lot size is 8,000 square feet with an average lot size of 10,127 square feet. The proposed density is 2.68 dwelling units per acre and is consistent with the low-density residential future land use map designation and the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. However, the density is slightly under that desired in medium-density residential designated areas. Therefore, a step down in density to low-density residential is requested for the southern medium-density designated portion of the site. The applicant is requesting council approval of that step down. The preliminary plat is proposed to develop in 11 phases. The tot lot on Lot 17, Block 5 is proposed to be constructed in Phase 1. The linear open space and multi-use pathway within the pipeline easement is proposed to be constructed with Phases 7 and 10. And the city park is proposed to be constructed in Phase 10. Because the Parks Department does not have improvement of the park in their capital improvement plan, the city prefers it to be constructed in the final phases of development. There is an existing home and accessory structures on this site that are proposed to be removed. A 3,100-foot-long section of the Williams Pipeline bisects this site. That is the green linear open space corridor you see here on the plat. The Williams Pipeline is a natural gas pipeline that serves as a primary artery for the transmission of natural gas to the specific Northwest and Intermountain region. The plat depicts a 75-foot wide right-of-way easement for use by the pipeline company. All development shall comply with the Williams Gas Pipeline Developer's Handbook. An encroachment permit is required for any development or improvements within the pipeline easement. The proposed plat complies with the dimensional standards of the R4 district, except for the street frontage of one lot, which staff recommends is revised to be a minimum of 60 feet. There are also 4 blocks that exceed the maximum block length allowed by the UDC. The length of 3 of the blocks can be approved if a pedestrian pathway is provided within the blocks, which will allow the block face to extend from 750 feet to 1,000 feet. Those are the blocks you see right here where my pointer is. The length of block 11, which runs along the Calkins lateral here at the southwest corner of the site, also exceeds the maximum block length. However, because it abuts a large waterway, the Calkins lateral, and an arterial street, Linda Road, it is allowed to extend up to 1,200 feet if approved by council. Staff also recommends a pathway connection is provided through this block for access to the multi-use pathway required along the lateral. The applicant submitted a block length exhibit this afternoon as shown that depicts a pathway connection to the Calkins lateral. And again, that's right here where my red dot is. To break up the length of block 11, and also shifted the stub street to the south further to the east. This creates a block length that is approximately 1,900 feet long, which is well in excess of the maximum allowed of 1,200 feet. The stub street to the south was in this vicinity right here. It has been shifted to the east as requested by the property owners, the Dixons, to the south. The applicant has based their measurements for this block length from the street here up to the pathway, and then starting over on this side of the pathway up to here. The UDC actually requires measurement of the block length from this point here where this street intersects at a 90-degree angle, clear down to this next street. Access to this development is proposed from South Linda Road, an arterial street, via 2 collector streets, West Smoky Lake and Harris Street, as you can see here. From South Meridian Road via Harris Street when Harris is extended. Access will also be available from the north, from West Victory Road via South Kentucky Way, a collector street to the east of this site, and via West Amity Road from South Oakbriar Way, a collector street along the east boundary of the site when it's extended. The extension of stub streets approved to the north and east are also proposed for interconnectivity between developments. Just to note that the alignment of the proposed streets to the existing approved stub streets appear to be off to Barton Flat and Radford and Harris Streets. Vehicular crossings over the Williams Pipeline are limited. A traffic impact study was prepared by 6 Mile Engineers and was submitted to ACHD for their review and comment. The 366 dwelling units proposed with this development will generate approximately 3,484 vehicle trips per day with anticipated build-out in 2024. A draft copy of the ACHD report is included in the record. A 25-foot wide landscape street buffer is required along Linda Road. A 30-foot wide buffer is proposed. A 20-foot wide buffer is required along all of the collector streets within the development as proposed. There are several existing trees on the site that, if removed, require mitigation. The applicant proposes to dedicate 8.24 acres of land for a city neighborhood park, which will be combined with another 1.77 acres in Gray Cliff Estates and 1 acre in Biltmore Estates subdivision to the east for a total of approximately 11 acres of land. And that is the large open green area you see here. A conceptual park master plan was submitted as shown that depicts half basketball courts with benches, a shelter, play area, tot lot, and open play areas as amenities, along with a parking area and restrooms. Based on the area of the plat, a minimum of 10% of the site, or 13.66 acres of land, is required to consist of qualified open space. The applicant proposes a total of 14.99%, or 20.48 acres of qualified open space, consisting of a neighborhood park, 2 pocket parks, a linear open space area where the Williams Pipeline is located, and a multi-use pathway is proposed. And half of the street buffer along Linda Road, street buffers along the collector streets, Harris, Oak Briar, and West Smoky Lake, and the parkways along streets within the development. A minimum of 6 qualified site amenities are required to be provided for this development. As proposed, the applicant proposes to provide a tot lot with a play structure and a park bench in the larger pocket park, a multi-use pathway through the Williams Pipeline easement, micropaths providing connection to the multi-use pathway and the pocket parks, and a 20-foot gazebo in the smaller pocket park area. Staff also recommends a multi-use pathway is provided along the north side of the Calkins lateral at the southwest corner of the site in accord with the pathways master plan. The amenities proposed and recommended by staff comply with the minimum requirements. Detached sidewalks are required to be constructed along the arterial and collector streets. The applicant proposes to construct detached sidewalks throughout the development with landscape parkways. The applicant is requesting a waiver from council for the Calkins lateral and the portion of the Sundahl lateral that lies north of West Burroaks Drive to remain open and not be piped due to the large capacity of the facilities. The applicant states it required 36-inch or larger pipe to pipe the facilities. The applicant would like to utilize portions of the facilities as a water amenity, which would require improvement as such per the standards in the UDC. The applicant has submitted conceptual building elevations for the future homes within this development as shown. Building materials appear to consist of stucco, lap and board and batten and shake siding with stone accents. The design standards are proposed to be similar to those of the adjacent Biltmore Estates subdivision. Because homes on lots adjacent to arterial and collector streets, abutting and within the development will be highly visible, staff recommends the rear and or sides of the structures on these lots incorporate articulation through changes in materials, color, modulation, and architectural elements, horizontal and vertical, to break up monotonous wall planes and roof lines. The commission recommended approval of the proposed plat at their public hearing. Becky McKay, the applicant's representative, testified in favor. No one testified in opposition or commented. Written testimony was received from Becky McKay in response to the staff report. She was in agreement, except for that she was asking for council to, waive the block length requirements and allow the development to proceed as shown. Key issues of discussion by the commission, staff's requirement for pathways to be provided within blocks that exceed the maximum length standards to comply with the UDC standards for block lengths. Again, those are allowed to extend from 750 up to 1,000 feet when a pathway is provided. Commission changes to the staff recommendation. They modified condition number 6.3 to remove the requirement for a public park to be provided within the development. City Council shall determine whether the park is to be city-owned or private. The commission supported, secondly, the commission supported staff's recommendation on the requirement of pathways to be provided within blocks that exceed the maximum block length standard. Outstanding issues for council are, there's 3. The first is the applicant's request for a step down in density for the portion of the site designated on the future land use map as medium density residential to allow a density of 2.68 units per acre consistent with the low density residential designation. Second, the applicant requests council waive the requirement for pathways to be provided to break up the length of blocks 1, 11, 16, and 17. And that is condition number 1.1.2C. And then lastly, the revised block length exhibit submitted by the applicant shows a block length that is approximately 1,900 feet in length adjacent to the lateral and Linder Road. Written testimony since the commission hearing was actually submitted this afternoon. You should have a copy of it in front of you tonight. The first is from Russ and Kara Fulcher. They are in opposition to the development as proposed due to the density. They feel it's too high, especially along Linder Road. Safety, the topography of the area where the Harris Street Linder Road access is proposed is located atop a natural rise, which makes northbound traffic blind to the roadway until reaching the top of the rise. They would like to see the intersection shifted to the north, signalized, and slow down warnings to be posted. And aesthetics, they feel it's not compatible with the lower density residences to the west and south, and creates a house wall of sorts that they would like to have the building setback be increased from Linder Road and/or limit the building height to single story along Linder. Written testimony was also received from Chris Dixon, homeowner to the south that abuts this property. They would like the stub street to be provided at the south boundary to her property. The revised plat does show a stub to her property. The actual revised block exhibit right here. And staff will stand for any questions.
Council, any questions?
Not right now.
Okay. Would the applicant like to make comments? Good
Thank
evening.
you. Madam Mayor, members of the council, Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions, business address 1029 North Rosario, Meridian. I'm here representing LC Development, Inc. on this particular application that's before you this evening. How come it's not changing?
It just changed.
Oh, there it goes. I guess I'm getting excited, sorry. Members of the council, you've seen some of the projects that we brought before you on the center's property. It was kind of a combination of 3 different projects. Biltmore Estates, which is located in this location here. This is Victory, Linder, Meridian Road, and Amity. Biltmore Estates came in. We have constructed 2 phases at this time and recorded 2 phases. Then we came through with what we called Gray Cliff Estates, which was located just south of that. What's before you this evening is what we call Brundage Estates. It is the western portion. It's approximately 136 acres. This property was annexed and zoned as part of that Category B annexation that was done to take in Meridian Heights and Kentucky Ridge, facilitate the extension of Meridian Central Services to this section. And let me switch over to here. So what you see, it's kind of bleeds out a little bit. Apologize for that. It's kind of problem with TIFs. On your comprehensive plan, this particular property has 2 designations: low-density residential, medium-density residential. What you see before you is all low-density residential. So as Sonia indicated, we are asking for a step down in density. Our density is around 2.68 dwelling units per acre. That is our gross. Our net density is 3.5. This particular piece of property happens to lie at the half mile on the street master, or the master street map, and the South Meridian Transportation Plan. It shows that there will be a collector roadway that extends from Meridian Road, where Harris Street currently resides, and terminates at Meridian Heights. That collector is intended to go in completely through this section and connect to Linder Road. This will be what we call the mid-mile collector. The north-south collector is Kentucky Way from Victory. That comes through and it intersects with Harris Street. And then there's a southerly collector that will go on out and make that network connection to Amity Road. So we'll have collectors at the half mile throughout this entire section, thereby facilitating distribution of that traffic both to the minor arterials and out to the state highway system. When we started working with Ada County Highway District on this a few years back, one of the things we didn't want to do was take Harris Street straight through.
so that it functions kind of like a de facto arterial, because it's intended to obviously function as a residential collector and collect all the traffic from the interior of this section and take it out to the arterials. But we don't want to obviously compromise the integrity of our neighborhood by having high volumes. So what we decided to do was that we would take that collector and we would bend it and bring it on through, which will slow that traffic down, make people realize this isn't an arterial, it's a residential collector. Also on your comprehensive plan, there is a neighborhood park asterisk in this section. It's been there for years and years and years. So we have been working with your Parks Department on a neighborhood park that would be public at the center of this section. And when I brought through Biltmore Estates, we had a little bit less of an acre that was going to be a component part of this park. Then when we brought Gray Cliff in, then we had another 1.77 acres that we would have as a component. And now this is the third component, which completes the park. So what you're looking at right here in its entirety is a little over 11 acres of public open space. Now, if you ask why, why have the park there? Well, the park's there because you also have the Williams Pipeline, which is designated as a multi-use pathway that comes down through and exits and goes out to Meridian Road. So that's going to be your 10-foot multi-use pathway for bicycles, pedestrians. It's going to be part of your overall public pathway greenbelt network. There's a 75-foot separate lot that's an easement for the pipeline. I have met with Williams Pipeline. I have discussed this with them in length. I have a conference call tomorrow with some of their executives out of Salt Lake and their Boise team to discuss the transitioning of their pipeline in the city of Meridian into an urban environment. And so that's what we will be discussing, and them taking a proactive approach to that transition in lot uses. We have kind of two sections. One of the things that we did not want to do was compete with the park as far as our amenities. So we didn't want to duplicate amenities. And so we have different pocket parks that we can have our own private amenities within the projects, and then have obviously the large public amenity right there. It is my client's intent to donate that property to the city of Meridian. We did go to your Parks Commission on March 9th. We presented our parks plan. There we go. We did have a blow up of this. We kind of had like a roundtable discussion. Obviously, it is up to the City Council to determine what's public, what's private. The Parks Commission, one of the things that the staff told us is Meridian is in desperate need of more soccer fields. They're in desperate need of areas within neighborhoods so that obviously the vehicles aren't having to go 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 miles to another city of Meridian Park for their child to play soccer or to play t-ball or whatever that case may be. If they can keep some of the residents in the neighborhoods, that would be preferred. So what we did with, we had our landscape architect work out to see how many of those ball fields they could get. So that would kind of give the Parks Department a better idea of what they'd be looking at. The Parks Department also gave us the Champion Park site plan. They gave us another site plan from another one of your neighborhood parks. We did have our landscape architect emulate that to show the typical amenities that are found within Meridian neighborhood parks. One of the feedback that we received from the Parks Commission was, one, they liked the multi-use pathway, but they wanted it to stay along the edge with micropath connections, but they wanted to be able to maximize the park. They love the fact that it's at the center of the section. They love the fact that There is a couple of thousand feet of collector all along that park. It's visible, it's safe, it's illuminated, it's available to everyone. It's not just benefiting only this neighborhood, but it'll be easily accessible by everyone. Secondly was parking. They talked about providing better handicap access and elderly access to the ball fields. Ada County Highway District, since Harris Street is a collector, they do not want any parking along the collector roadway. It will be signed, no parking. Therefore, what we did at bequest of the Parks Commission was put a midsection in the park along that frontage, some diagonal parking. There would be some handicap parking in there. There would also be some elderly parking for those who need to be close to the ball fields to see the grandkids play or see their own kids play, whatever the case may be. We thought it was a great idea. We incorporated it into our plan. I did resubmit this to your park staff after we received comments from the Parks Commission, and I think the feedback we received was that it was great. I sent Sonia a revision of the plan. We had multiple properties south of us, so initially I proposed a stub street to Mrs. Dixon. That's how we drafted our preliminary plat. The staff said, well, we'd recommend you move that stub street to the west to reduce the block length. So then the preliminary plat that is before you this evening, we moved that stub street westward, stuck it in a location around here on the Maslanka property, and then I received a letter from Mrs. Dixon. I also talked to her on the phone, and she said, I thought there was going to be a stub street, and now it's moved to the west. I had explained to her that the Meridian planning staff specifically asked me to move it, and
So it's our fault?
they asked me to move it. I just did what staff told me. I did consult Ada County Highway District after I read Mrs. Dixon's letter. Ada County Highway District said, if you want to move it back to Mrs. Dixon as originally proposed, we do not object. As far as we're concerned, we have a collector stub right here that's going to go down to Amity. There'll be interconnectivity going that direction. If the stub street is on Mrs. Dixon or on the Maslanka property, we don't care. The block length issue is with Meridian. So I did this drawing, and I provided, to the best of my ability, I moved the stub street back to Mrs. Dixon. Then I put in a pedestrian path, which will link up to your multi-use pathway here. And your staff, your ordinance says you measure from a 90-degree turn, and then here we have a stub street. So I broke it up with that pedestrian pathway. That's the best I can do. I can't put a stub street to Mr. Throwbridge because he only has 7 acres and a house. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. His property needs to stub to Maslanka. So, I mean, we have to use common sense here and determine where should we put stub streets, where should we put pedestrian paths. We don't want to just put them in. They cost a lot of money. So I would like to stub to Mrs. Dixon and then break the block with a pedestrian pathway and ask the council that they provide us with a waiver. You know, the UDC it fits most situations, but here we have the Calkins lateral. We have an unusual triangular parcel that I don't want to mess up by putting erroneous type stub streets to. We've added another pedestrian pathway to the south to Mrs. Dixon. I thought that'd be nice because it goes directly to the city park. This particular project has 4,000 linear feet of multi-use pathway. 4,000. That is huge, and it's costly, and it is my client's responsibility to construct it and turn it over to the City of Meridian. As far as the park's concerned, we've already committed to the Parks Department, we're going to green it up. We're going to install sprinklers. We're going to put it on our pressurized irrigation pump station, and when we hit a certain number of lots, then the Parks Department could then build the pump station. They can use it for the public. We're going to get it green. We're going to get it green. It's proposed in one of our latter phases. Let me switch. Hold on. There we go. This is probably one of the best planned sections in Meridian. It kind of reminds me of North Meridian because we kind of had a blank slate other than we had to incorporate in Kentucky Ridge, Meridian Heights, Mr. Hanson's, but we're following all of your South Meridian transportation master plans, your park plans. We have low density. We've donated a well to the City of Meridian. Kyle's here this evening. I'm sure he can answer any questions on the well. They're getting that test well down. They're rolling on it. He's been awesome to work with on this, on the water issue, because we are in Zone 5 in this project, which Zone 5 is not here yet. But obviously the City of Meridian, starting this month, is bringing Zone 5 down Amity and west on Amity and south or north on Meridian Road. So we're going to see, you know, this whole area become served. I ask you to consider these block links because I don't want to just put PEDPAS in for nothing. We've thought them out. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Becky. Any questions? Mr. Kavner?
Madam Mayor. Becky, very in-depth. Very in-depth presentation.
Thanks.
I had a question related to the traffic analysis I think that you guys did for Linder at Victory and Harris at Meridian.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if you've had a chance to review the public comment that we received earlier today. There were some questions related to Harris at Linder. And I'm just curious if you can provide some background on, it appears that ACHD asked you to look at those two intersections, but not Harris at Linder. And I'm just hoping you might be able to provide any perspective as to why that one intersection was omitted.
Yes, sir. We used 6 Mile engineers to do the traffic analysis. They did an in-depth study. Ada County Highway District came back and asked them if they could do a phasing analysis, because this will change the traffic patterns once we connect Meridian Road and Linder and Victory, and then eventually it to Amity. There is going to be a future signal at Meridian Road. That's the half mile. We have to, at certain points, build turn lanes based on our conditions for Gray Cliff. With this particular project, ACHD was concerned about the timing of making this connection all the way through the project and out to State Highway 69. So what they had our traffic engineer analyze is we have to build turn lanes and widen Linder. They analyzed this intersection. It's at the half mile. That's where ACHD wants it. That's where your South Meridian plan calls for it. But their primary concern was Victory and Linder. There are 3 homes that sit right up at the intersection. And Ada County Highway District said, you know, we're going to end up buying those houses to improve the intersection. So if you're going to make the connection between Meridian Road and Linder, it could overwhelm the Victory-Linder intersection. So what they determined is at what threshold would the intersection, based on Meridian's growth of 3% annually, based on Compass, at what point, at what building permit would we hit that we would overwhelm the intersection? The number was at the 291st home. So what Ada County Highway District said, you can choose not to, just come in from both the west and come in from the east. and then come in from the south, and then strategically make that mid-mile connection. Hopefully, the Highway District has had opportunity to buy the homes, rebuild the intersection. Now, this project goes clear out to 2024. So, you know, we've started on the north end. We've been working from north to south based on your utilities, Zone 4 water, and the sewer in Victory Road. This is a different sewer trunk line that's going to have to be an extension of a 15-inch trunk from Fall Creek and South Ridge. South, they've got to bring it up to the Reidenbaugh. Then Corey Barton's project, Edge Hill, that's just north of us, we'll have to pull it to Victory and to their south boundary. Now, these developers can work in unison or tandem, or we can wait until Corey Barton brings the sewer to us. It's just a matter of timing. Obviously, Mr. Centers has a lot of property out here, so, you know, this is kind of like Bridge Tower. It's going, you know, it's a 15-year project, incrementally. We can't buy people's houses. We can't condemn property, and the Highway District recognizes that. They also recognize the fact that the signal at Harris Street and Highway 69 is not solely our burden, but Kavanaugh Ridge had the requirement to participate in the light. So did the commercial development that was along Meridian Road. And so they said, in our conditions, we'll do a development type agreement where if by chance you require the light, then you could get some reimbursement as other developers come online, or vice versa. But no, one developer is going to have to bear the full burden, and they look at what is their impact on that signal. We don't require a signal at Linder, and the neighbor to the west, I met with him yesterday. I talked to him. He basically wanted us to eliminate every single lot that was to the east of him, which when we said that's really not practical, then he got extremely angry at Mr. Centers and myself and stormed out. I have an exhibit that shows what those building pads look like. I'll submit this into the record. Hold on, I got technical problems. The closest home will be 223 feet away. And you can see the fact that we have a knuckle there basically allows us so we're not creating a wall of houses. And I tried to explain that to him as we roll around that knuckle and we roll around the 90-degree turn or the bend in our roadway. We're not creating a wall of houses, that they'd be well over 200 feet away. Plus we have 30 foot of landscaping, we'll have berming, we'll have fencing. I mean, it's not, you know, that would be to the actual home. And that's a pretty big building envelope that you're looking at. His conclusions are incorrect and uninformed. We have traffic studies. They've been reviewed by the ACHD traffic engineers. They concur with our traffic engineers, and we're meeting your transportation plan in the highway districts. I told him I understood he had 5 acres and that obviously this, you know, this would change the character, and he got belligerent. And there's a picture of his home. And what we measured from is his picture window that you're looking at right there on the screen. Mr. Fulcher. Did I answer your question?
Madam Mayor, follow up with me. I appreciate that, but specifically related to the testimony that we received via the email today spoke about a rise at the intersection, a blind rise, and I'm curious.
They look, no sir, they look at sight distance. The traffic engineers, when they go out there and they analyze the site, they look at that sight distance. As far as how the collector intersects, That whole stretch to the north of us is going to change with the intersection improvements. Some of those arterial roadways, since they're rural, two-lane roadways, you know, you have a change in elevation. There's 55 feet, I believe, change in elevation from Fall Creek's collector entrance up to Mr. Center's collector entrance. However, the site distance is acceptable, according to the traffic engineers. They look at that. That's one of the things they analyze. ACHD goes out to the site also. They have recommended approval of the collector intersection as proposed.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Borton?
What I heard Councilman Cavanagh ask was not, what I thought I heard was not so much the distance being permissible or not, but was to address the topography as you're traveling north and as you would approach what would be the proposed intersection of Harris. There's a representation that topography makes that access location unsafe. And the request was that, at least as I understood it, was that topography should necessitate that access of Harris, or that intersect, to move north to avoid that unsafe condition. I didn't see any exhibit that showed the topography. If you have one, that would be great. That's what I understood his concern to be on the safety issue.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Borton, I've been out there. The Linder Road is dropping in elevation as you're going north towards Victory. Right now, it's at 55 miles per hour. So obviously, a car traveling at 55 miles per hour can travel a significant distance in a short period of time. However, as the urban development starts moving out here, I guarantee it's not going to be 55 miles per hour. They're going to have to lower the speed limit as you start getting these collector intersections. It's just like Meridian Road and Ustick and McMillan. That used to be 55 miles an hour through there. 10 mile, 55 miles per hour. As we started building, you know, urban development, commercial development, then you will see those speeds go down. How it's analyzed now, it's analyzed at 55 miles per hour. In the traffic study, it is noted. So do we have a site distance? It is a site distance issue. It's pulling safely out and pulling safely in. We'll be building turn lanes and widening the roadway. Mr. Fulcher is not a traffic engineer.
Okay. Madam Mayor, nor am I, but the issue was raised, and if...
And I think did I not answer it?
Well, maybe we're looking at it right now.
Yes.
What didn't exist in the record is...
Yes.
Is there in fact some topography that at the current speed...
No.
Oh, hang on a sec. Okay. At the current speed, that Harris location is unsafe. It might become safe if the current speed reduces, but at 55, it may be unsafe. That's the impression that the concern raises, and this maybe is showing, or trying to show, some illustration of, no, maybe not, of the topography there.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilman Borton and the rest of council just pulled up Google Earth and just, so the, excuse me, the picture that the applicant had, here's that same property, the picture window being back over in here. So I was just going up and back Linder Road, and you can see, I mean, this doesn't have the topo map on it, but you can see in a car what that looks like.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does look, right where the irrigation is. You can kind of see we go down a little bit of a hill here.
The rise, okay.
But it appears like that's a fairly good distance. Again, I didn't measure it, but
That's helpful, yeah.
I believe it is an exaggeration, yes.
And Madam Mayor, just for illustration purposes, what's depicted right there is that red car at the approximate location of where Harris would intersect? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Becky.
Thank you, that was helpful.
Yeah,
It's amazing what you can see these days.
very helpful.
Very good.
This is a public hearing. I did have one person sign up to testify, Chris Dixon. You didn't drop anything. Thank you for joining us. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Chris Dixon, 1100 West Amity Road, Meridian. Mayor DeVere, sorry about your headache. Esteemed council and Honorable Mr. Neri. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I was going to curtail my testimony tonight, but then when I heard the previous concern about the long run to the stub street to my property, I thought I'd go ahead, if that's okay. Out of respect to your evening and how late it's getting, I apologize in advance for that. I'll try to keep it short. I am the property owner to the south of Mr. Center's subdivision, Frontage Estates, and I had a concern because the original plat did not include a stub street to my property. As Becky McKay said this evening from Engineering Solutions, they have reverted back to the original plat, so they are including now a stub street. But I wanted to go ahead and testify tonight because I heard the original concern from city planning about the length or the run of that stub street. As you probably all know, I was actively involved and lucky to be in the group annexation for Meridian, South Meridian annexation. Help me, Caleb. 1,200 acres at 35, is it 35, 1,235? Is that the final acreage on the South Meridian?
I believe it was 1233, real close,
33,
yeah.
okay. How quick will we forget? I was the contiguous property that drove that annexation. As you know, you have to have a contiguous property to continue annexation. And I was the linchpin and the one that eventually became annexed with the 1,233 acre group annexation. But then when I studied this plat, I realized that even though the people on either side of me to the west and the east did not join that group annexation, that the original stub streets were to those properties that were unannexed, and I myself did not have a stub street. So I wrote a letter to Lee Centers on June 8th requesting a stub street, and honestly, he has been nothing but reasonable and amiable with this request. And Becky and he worked together and went back to the original plat, which you saw Becky present tonight, that there's a stub street now from Rosadero Avenue to my property, which I very much appreciate, and I hope that that will be agreeable to city planning and Sonia and her staff, because they have added the pedestrian pathway that will break that up a little bit. So bottom line, I just hope City Council will consider this stub street request and it will be agreeable to them. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris? Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to provide additional information or testimony? Okay. Yes, Mike.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'd just like to comment. There was a lot of discussion about a possible public city-owned park in this development, and I wanted to reiterate that the applicant and Becky McKay did come to our Parks Commission meeting. The commission was really loved the layout of the park and the amount of street frontage on it. It has a lot of really good attributes. We feel that it is in a good location. However, there are some issues that we have and some concerns. I mean, so any development that we would put into the park, we don't have anything budgeted in our 10-year CIP. There's that, and then there's some also phasing issues that need to be worked out, or just discussion items. So we would like to keep it that it is up to the discretion of the City Council that it's either a private park or to become a city park. I think there's a lot of details that need to be worked out with this, and it's like so many things. I mean, all roads do lead back to budgets, and right now we do not have the budget for this in the next 10 years. So stand for questions.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Palmer.
and I'm not sure if the question's for you or Mike or whoever. Does the decision on whether it stays private or we agree to someday take it over happen tonight, or at that point when it would be turned over to the city?
It would come at a later date, Councilman Palmer, Madam Mayor. I think that we would work on a donation agreement and a partnership agreement with the developer that would include timing, certain amenities that are developer funded and certain amenities that are city funded. We would come back to the council and have a discussion on exactly what those impacts would be to the budgets, and then also get a better handle on what that phasing plan means and what the intention of green up and turnover to the city would be. And the last thing we want to do is have a public park in, say, phase 8 or 9, and then the first 4 or 5 phases of homes or 6 are waiting for a park, and then maybe the development stalls out and there's no park. So we just want to make sure that there's ample time to discuss all those issues and just work that out. That's what I had.
Madam Mayor, follow up. A separate question, Mike. Do we have any kind of data as to the use of the parks, the city parks that end up within enclaved in neighborhoods by people that are outside of the neighborhood? Except, I mean, obviously, for soccer games, and it becomes a destination, people are going to go there no matter where they are, but just for general use.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Councilman Palmer, we don't have any specific data. We find that the parks that have good access, which this one does, are well used by people outside of the development. So we feel that it would meet the criteria. It's got a great size, it's got great access, the street frontage is perfect. Like I said, it has a lot of really, really good attributes, and we're excited to continue the discussions. But I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't a foregone conclusion that it would become a city park.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Mike,
Mr. Borton.
I do have a question for you. To follow up to your answer, while the decision might be later, the layout of the plat can be impacted on whether it's a city park or not. And one of the things that at least is worthy of discussion today is if this were to be a city park, this layout and that parking and the desire to not have park attendees, park on Harris.
Yeah.
If this is soccer fields like this, you're going to have 200 cars. I mean, it's going to swamp Harris with this kind of layout, and which then also begs the question of it's not intended, and Ms. McKay commented on it, making sure that it doesn't become a de facto arterial, and the design encourages people to fly through. So I think that layout design is before us today, and I would worry that a future decision to make it a city park, we're handcuffed with the ability to provide ample parking and keep people off Harris.
Madam Mayor and Councilman Borton, the configuration of the future park lot would be set, but the amenities would be something that would be determined at a later date. I don't see they did add a parking lot kind of further to the west, which alleviates some of that concern of parking and access. But I think we'd have to take a really good look at how many fields and how much green space and how many cars we would anticipate coming to that park, because there won't be any parking on street. And the last thing we want is people to park in the neighborhoods as a first choice. I mean, we've all gone down that road, so we want to make sure. So, and some of those things that we just haven't had time to flush out really, but we hear you loud and clear that this is a pretty good solution with 2 parking lots, and I think with more of a linear design or lot configuration that this will work, but we'll just have to determine the size in the future.
So, Madam Mayor, and Ms. McKay may comment on this too, because it is the double-edged sword. If it were to be a city park at a future date, it would hopefully be intended and designed with as many amenities to draw as much regional traffic as possible. The downside is you're going to draw as much regional traffic as possible. And do you have your plat laid out that can accommodate that? So if a future council might decide this should be a city park, the ship has sailed on whether the plat can accommodate a great, wonderful city park that everyone wants to go use. So that's why and Ms. McKay will probably comment on it, but that's why that discussion at least needs to be addressed today, I think.
Madam Mayor and Councilman Borton, it's my opinion that the lot configuration is really good. It's very secure with that much street frontage. There's no dark corners or anything in there, which is really great. I mean, it does have a lot of good attributes. I think that it's very accommodating and very flexible and scalable, that we can add parking to it and have a good park that will draw from outside of that square mile, which is kind of what we want to do, because you know, the neighborhood parks, we want them to be used, and we want them to be accessible to all of our citizens, not just the people that live there. Otherwise, it would just be a private park. And it's my opinion that the lot works very well, and it would be a pretty accommodating.
Okay.
And I think it's quite similar to Heroes Park, where they have the park on a major collector as well. People are going to park on the collectors, they're going to park on the arterials, they're going to park wherever they possibly can. And they won't park in the parking lot.
As a last resort.
But we want to...
Just saying.
We want to do a good job and accommodate the uses in regards to parking. And if the people are going to park in the neighborhoods, they will. But if they're there, we want to make sure that we have open parking places in the park, that if they do choose to use what's planned, then yeah.
Thanks. That's very helpful.
Caleb?
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to take just a minute, maybe two, to adjust the block length issue and just to clarify a couple of things, and even maybe start by the intent of our block length. So I think you're all aware, but I'll just restate it. 750 is the preferred maximum block length. You can go up to 1,000 if you add a pedestrian connection, and up to 1,200 if the council grants that. In no case shall a block exceed that. What the applicant is proposing is an 1,800-foot-long block. The block doesn't stop then at the micropath, and it doesn't matter if the stub street is to the Dixon or the Mazlanka. Either way, that block length is a really long, straight stretch. And one of the things we're trying to avoid with that 750 is creating raceways. And so again, you end up with a long, straight stretch of road that doesn't have an intersecting street, and you tend to get people that drive fast on those. There are other design solutions. If you maximize cul-de-sacs, common driveways, you can have your roads be more circuitous. Sometimes you can even get more lots out of it that way. So I think there are some other options. We typically don't design, subdivisions, but I think there are some options. Again, just looking at this, you could cul-de-sac something, have a common driveway come off of it, get 4 up to 6 lots off of each side. So I think there's some options there. Regarding the two other blocks on the south of Harris that are longer, with the central open space that is on the south side of Harris, the only real centralized open space, having a micropath that breaks up that block and provides good access to the central amenity on the south side, again, it's, in my opinion, it's not a pathway to nowhere or just, a random, it's in our code, and it provides a function there that it gets folks that are, again, in those couple of blocks that are long, easier, better pedestrian connection to the amenities that are on their side of the collector, if you will. So just a little bit more background and kind of why the code, and in this case, why I think it still should apply, and why I don't think it's too onerous to even slightly tweak the plan to get to compliance. So I just felt it was appropriate to bring that up a little bit on the block lengths, and that the micropath doesn't stop the block length. It's 965 on one side and 900 and whatever on the other. That's 1,900 feet long. So it does help that there's almost a 90-degree turn on either end, but even in that long straight stretch is still over 1,000. So just to clarify, the stub street didn't create this problem. You still have the block length issue regardless of where the stub street is. And again, just maybe one more thing. On arterials as well, and even Harris, we don't want multiple access points to break up the block length to arterials and collector roadways. So having those pedestrian connections, I mean, that's the intent, is we don't want necessarily 14 driveways off of Harris or roadways, but the spacing of those to create shorter blocks with better access points. Again, just... Can I drive for a second? Yes. I mean, just as an example, and again, not to redesign it, but if this street were to be moved over somewhere in here, I mean, this is not even 1,000 feet, but if you moved it over 2 lots, now all of a sudden your block isn't as long. Just as an example, I'm not proposing that. I'm just saying you wouldn't increase the number of streets that come off of Harris, but it's the spacing of those and the long blocks that this creates. And it's not egregious. That's, I think Sonia said, like 950 feet. So it's not that bad. It really is this block here that becomes fairly long. And again, by our code, technically not even you can approve that. I mean, that's the way. In no case shall the block length exceed 1,200. So.
And you're not counting the micropath as something that helps diminish.
So, Madam Mayor, again, it certainly helps. What it doesn't tend to do is slow down any cars. How the code reads is says you can have 750 feet. If you go up to 1,000, you can do that, but you have to have a micropath somewhere in the middle there. If you go up to 1,200 feet, you can do that with the council's blessing. So the micropath is to get you from 750 up to 1,200, if you will. Yeah. Yeah, and again, that's meant for 750 is kind of the standard, and then if you have a waterway or an arterial or something where we don't necessarily want streets every 750 feet, we want them spaced out even further. Again, that's where the ability to approve longer blocks is given to the council. I mean, in those cases.
So Caleb, how does an intersection slow the traffic down? I live in like the Cherry Lane, and we have longer blocks than this. And it's not a raceway, but I mean, Turnberry turns into Moon Lake, and there is nothing there that breaks that up.
So a couple of things that happen typically so again, it's the straightness of the roadway too. So a meander, and if I can see a half mile, I tend to drive faster because I can know if anything jumps out in front of me. In those intersections, when you have an intersection, if I drive this every day, there's cars that occasionally come out, and so you tend to slow down and focus on those areas. So that's how the intersections tend to, as a behavioral type thing for a motorist, they're conditioned to look for cars at those intersections. So that's how the intersections tend to slow traffic down, particularly four-legged intersections. They're better than 3, and that's why we measure the block face. It's not just one side of the block, because if you look on the the north face of that block is compliant because of that street. It's the south side that's the issue because there isn't another street that breaks up that south face of the block. And again, by definition, we measure it from one street to the other, not from one street to a micropath to the micropath to the next street. It's that entire, it's either a street intersection or a 90-degree turn.
But I would agree with what Becky said. If you put that as Stubbs Street, that doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't matter either way.
Madam Mayor, staff isn't asking them to put the Stubbs Street in any particular location. Staff is only asking them to comply with the block length standards.
Okay, my head's ready to explode.
Madam Mayor, if I can, again, not to redesign, and I don't want to beat this to death, but just as an example, you could bring this roadway in and have a cul-de-sac here. You cul-de-sac both ends. Now all of a sudden you don't have that long raceway that goes through. you know, you can do some things with a cul-de-sac on one side or the other, and again, we have common driveways that would allow that. We see other projects that would come in and even have common driveways that butt up to each other. They're not public roadways, but again, it's not a thoroughfare now. You still have the connectivity between the blocks and the stub streets and other properties. Again, there's multiple options here. You know, we aren't asking for another stub necessarily between to this property, because I agree with Becky, that doesn't, getting over this, and this is a smaller property, that's a headache for them in the future to have to build a bridge across or even a culvert and redevelop. But there are some things you can do with one side or the other of this block to redesign it so it could comply with the block length standards.
But if that was a sub-street, it would be okay.
Madam Mayor, no, because the length from here, even to just here, is 945 feet. Now we're going another, I don't know what this is, these are 70-foot wide lots, we're going another 210 feet or so to that stub street. I mean, we're still over 1,100 feet to even get here.
No, what I'm saying, if the stub street was where that micropath was.
Oh, yes, if the stub street were where the micropath was, we'd be okay. The problem there, again, is that this is a smaller property and you got a waterway. So that's why the stub street in this location isn't ideal.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor,
Mr. Boyd.
you made one comment which I want to make sure I heard correctly. Is it true that the council is prohibited, it lacks the discretion to approve a block length over 1,200, or the recommendation is we shouldn't? I mean, if we lack the ability to approve it, I don't know why we're even looking at the plat. I presume that's not the case.
City, if I may respond to that, Madam Mayor, Councilman Borton, Caleb's looking up the actual code, but it states up to, council may approve a block face up to 1,200 feet in length under certain conditions, like a site constraints, like a waterway or an arterial street.
Maybe that's a Mr. Neri question. Does that also mean that we lack the ability to approve beyond that, regardless of whether the micropath?
Whether it makes sense or not?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, yeah, unless there's a specific exemption in the UDC for, which there already is, but it's for 1,200 feet, not for more than 1,200 feet. So you cannot approve a plat that does not comply with your ordinance.
So if I can just read the section of code, this 11-6C3 E, or excuse me, F3, no, excuse me, F4, maximum block face. In no case shall a block face exceed 1,200 feet, period. And we're happy to explore that in a work session, and if that's not what you guys want to have as our standard, we can talk about that some more. I'm just telling you what the current code requires. We can come up with some exhibits and use this as a test case to show how there is ways you can comply with this code. It's not exhaustive. There are multiple ways you could lay this out, and I could even do it where you could, you know, it's more efficient than this layout. And again, for traffic purposes would be, wouldn't have that potential for a speedway here.
Madam Mayor?
I guess I'm just struggling with, if you put a stub street where that micropath is, then it's okay. And it doesn't make it too much different than the micropath. Yeah, well, they make the policy, and I just will blame them. Mr. Byrd?
Yeah.
You, they.
Now you make I'm aware. I think I think you were part of that. I didn't have any involvement in that one. Mr. Byrd. As you read that, it said we wouldn't go up to 1,200 feet, but it didn't say that with a variance, the council couldn't take it over there. Am I wrong, Bill?
Madam Member of the Council, yes, you are. You cannot grant a variance to this. You can only grant a variance to a dimensional standard, so like heights, building setbacks, those types of things, not to street length.
Not the block length.
So you can't just vary your code. You can only vary specific types of uses.
Okay.
I-
I think that horse is dead now.
Gracious.
Okay.
Sorry, that was a brain twister for you.
Thank you.
I apologize. I think the remedy to the situation is to relook at the 1200. Under no circumstances, a rule that is in your code, I'd like to work with staff to have that at the discretion of the council. Obviously, you know, the recommendation is to keep these block lengths, you know, manageable, shorter. We don't want these long blocks. We want good accessibility. I guess the thing that Caleb doesn't understand is we had probably 12 different versions in this southern area here. And if I met the UDC, then I bust Perry's requirement that I have to have 2 points of ingress and egress if I go over 30 lots. I mean, it was like a double-edged sword. You end up backing yourself back in a corner, and we did cul-de-sacs, and it messed up the stub streets. What Caleb doesn't understand, unless you're doing this day in and day out, this traffic moves in different directions. It splits. This is not working. It's like, I don't know. If you look at the layout, it splits the traffic in multiple directions, and that's what we're trying to do. We don't want to be the north end. I mean, the only thing that slows traffic in the Boise's north end is the huge valley gutters that will bottom your car out. And you can, and then they have some four-way stops and stuff. So, I mean, you know, to every solution, there are problems that we don't realize we're creating. And it sounds good. In new urbanism, I buy into that. We want to make livable neighborhoods. I guess my thought is to put a stub street to the Trowbridge doesn't make any sense. If you look at this block, we're splitting the traffic. Can I move? I wish this thing would work. I don't know why it's not. It's stuck. If I move the entrance, the first entrance further west, can I cut your block length down? Yes, I can. But what happens when the traffic stacks on the collector? Then the entrance out of the southern block is blocked by stacking. Seen it happen. And we learned from our past mistakes, and believe me, you drive by stuff and you go in and you look around and you go, why did I do that? Why did I do that? It didn't pan out. So, you know, after 26 years, then you start moving those intersections away from where the collector intersects with the arterial. So we have adequate stacking. Now, then that causes block length issues. Then, you know, we try to break them up with pedestrian paths. Also along the collector roadway, if you notice, all my roads are focusing, all my roads, I thought my time was up, thanks. All my roads are focusing on the park. We want to have pedestrian-safe crossings of that collector because it is going to carry, you know, it can carry 3,000 vehicle trips a day. So we don't want all these different micropaths with all these kids riding their bikes, burning across the collector and just popping out. And we've seen what's been happening. We've had a lot of mishaps with pedestrians, vehicles, bicyclists. So my focus in this entire project was this neighborhood park. The Park Commission told me, yes, we understand we don't have any money for it, and our dollars are going to go to the regional park. But we're not going to sacrifice neighborhood parks for regional parks. We need both. We need regional, community, and neighborhood. If activities can be kept in this neighborhood and vehicles off the roadway, then this is a great idea. We're going to green it up. We're going to get it rolling. As far as the design, we just did a conceptual design. your Parks Department will do it. But as Commissioner Borton or Councilman Borton indicated, we do need a commitment that this is going to be public. I mean, everything we're doing is gearing up for this, and you've got 4,000 feet of public pathways going through this, and you're going to dump them into a private park? I mean, this is a perfect spot for it. We need that chain along your green belt connecting all your parks. You have a public park on Stoddard, that's a community park. We don't have issues on Stoddard, at least that people have expressed to me at the Bear Creek Park. We did that a long time ago. We've got to create safe routes to these parks, to these schools. So we got to think, we've got to focus those kids so they're crossing in really good locations. We need to know that this is correct. As far as how we're treating this, as Councilman Borton indicated, that it is going to be public, it is going to benefit us, it is going to link all of these multi-use pathways that are public together. As far as the waiver, the block links, you can't give me a waiver when your code doesn't allow it. I agree with Mr. Neri. What I'd like to do is work with the staff to create some situations where this council has, and future councils have, flexibility. In the situation that we have the Calkins lateral, it's a waterway that we don't have to put a stub street or a bridge to nowhere, or a micropath to nowhere that could be a danger. Dixon, Mrs. Dixon, I like the stub street to her. I always have. That's how I preferred it. So we can deal with that later. I mean, we're looking, this is, like I said, this is a 15-year project. So it's not something I'm building tomorrow. We got plenty of time to work with the staff. You guys are reworking your ordinance, kind of add things, clean things up as we learn over time. Lastly, 6.3, as far as the acreage, I would like you to correct that. The commission did change that requirement. If you put a condition on me that says this shall be a public park, then Mr. Centers, when he donates it to the city, is not eligible for any federal tax donation credits on his income tax. So it can't state that this shall be a public park. So what our compromise was at the commission was the development shall be consistent with the preliminary plat, and it says here, which depicts 11.45 acres of open space in the center. That is, in total, it is 11.45 acres between Gray Cliff, Biltmore, and Brundage, but Brundage, if I believe, is 8 point, what is that, Sonia? 8 point, it's only 8 point some odd acres. I didn't bring my other sheet with me.
8.24.
8.24 acres. So the plat depicts 8.24 acres of open space in the center of the development that will be combined with the Gray Cliff Biltmore, which will be 11.45. We would like a commitment on the city because, I mean, we obviously want this to be public. We think it's going to be wonderful. The Parks Commission thought it was going to be wonderful. We know the dollars aren't there. We're not asking you to spend dollars right now. We're keeping this park in one of our latter phases. The Parks Department and the Parks Commission like that. They said, we'd like that. And if you green it up, wow, we're going to have ball fields for these people. I mean, this is not going to function like a regional or community. It's a neighborhood. We may have people within a couple miles. Great. Then they're not out driving to one of your other parks. We're not trying to compete with the regional. We just want to fill that need for these neighborhoods. Give them public open space. And I think it's great for Mr. Centers to green it up, do sprinklers, and then your Parks Department takes it over. All they got to do is mow. As far as what is the actual long-term plan, sky's the limit. We just don't want to do anything that messes that up. And you can have multiple parking lots with this linear open space so people can park their pickup, unload their car, unload their bikes, ride this multi-use pathway, play at the park, go to soccer. I mean, we want to get them out of the cars safely, out of the cars. So I think that's all I have to say, and I'm sorry you got a headache. And I did have shoulder surgery, but I'm still a little irritable, according to my staff. So I want you to know, I'm working on it. Therapy, I got therapy.
No worries.
Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, Ms. McKay, I think Caleb's job is to keep us straight so that we don't go violating things.
Yes, sir.
I love changing code. I think it's a fantastic idea to give us the ability to make decisions that make sense. And so maybe it's clear to everybody else. So with the micropath, we still cannot do it as it is, right?
Let's change the code, sir.
So what do you want to do? Did you want us to push it out and then try to change the code, or?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Palmer, I guess my thought is the council can only approve what the ordinance allows them to approve. Mr. Neri is absolutely correct. So approve it, but there's nothing says if the code changes at the time we bring in final plats on this, if the code's different, then your staff can then work with us. Then the council could legally say, yeah, you got a lateral, it doesn't make sense, we don't want you to move your approaches for the public streets closer to Linder. This makes sense. I would like the council to have flexibility because we end up with some of these square pegs trying to fit them in a round hole. And it happens every so many years, and I'm here going, I don't know what to do, and you can't help me, and usually we work with your staff. And I got plenty of time to work with the staff as far as the timing of this project.
Madam Mayor, so then a question for Bill. Can we do that, or do we need to change the code first?
Well, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I think Caleb had an answer to that too, and then maybe I can answer your question. I don't know if...
Yeah, I was just going to say, Madam Mayor, Councilman Palmer, well, I think Becky's right. I think we can work on this, both sides of this, one being the code and taking that back through you and see if there's any code revisions. I think just a general comment that says comply with the block length standards in effect of the time of final plat. Mm-hmm. And when you get to this phase, if the code is changed, the answer somewhat depends on your comfort level. Because if it doesn't change, this is going to look a little bit different. But if it does change, it may look exactly like this. So it's going to be whatever's in effect at the time when the final plat is submitted. And we've done that in the past. So as long as it doesn't take much imagination, again, I could see some, depending on what the code, if it changes, it's generally going to be the same as this and won't require, to come back for new preliminary plat because it's significant changes. So again, I would just propose that the conditions regarding block length, again, at final plat, comply with the standards in effect of the time. And we'll work kind of both ends of that, see if there's some things absent code changes that maybe they can do, or look at code changes that make sense. So I know we've had a similar conversation before on other projects, but we'll sit down again and kind of go through that and see where we can meet in the middle somewhere.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Palmer. We recently had a code change. Mr. Thiele had brought a project through and then brought a proposed code change to allow that open space on those larger lot subdivisions. So it takes a little bit of time, but it's not, I think I agree with Caleb, it's not something that we can accomplish. But just for clarity for the record, the UDC's been in place since 2005. This particular code section has only been amended once in that time period. So this is, and the UDC was put into place with a lot of input. I'm sure Ms. McKay was part of that. Numbers of other people, including traffic engineers. So I mean, these decisions on block lengths and degree turns and what alternatives could be had and the total length that should be allowed wasn't something that was brought up randomly. It was brought up after a tremendous discussion, and unfortunately Councilmember Zaremba isn't here because I'm sure he would remember exactly what day they talked about it and exactly who was standing in the room when they did. So, but it is something that I agree with, that we can work very well with our development community in finding things that would give some alternatives that aren't just an open season. It can be very difficult for councils today or in the future to simply have the ability to just waive things whenever they feel like it without some ability to create what are the standards to do that, because then you're stuck having to be traffic engineers when that may not be your comfort. So I agree with Caleb. You can approve it, require they have to be consistent with the ordinance when they bring the final plat. If the ordinance changes, so be it. If it doesn't, they understand that. So.
Lastly, Madam Mayor, Mr. Centers wanted me to correct my error. The speed limit has already been reduced. It is 35. I apologize. I think I drove 55 when I went through there. But don't tell anybody.
We'll put a car out there next time. Any further questions for Becky or staff? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, maybe a question for you or for Caleb. The benefit, if any, to approving a preliminary plat with the condition that a final plat has to comply with code, whatever that might be, doing it in that order, I don't know what that accelerates versus tabling a plat, changing the code, and then assuming the code changes, which I think Ms. McCabe made great arguments why this might justify having that type of discretion. But nonetheless, assuming it changes, then approve the plat. What benefit, if anything, is there to do it? You can't get a final plat done anyway. Doing it out of order.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Borton, to speak to that a little bit, I mean, that really is sort of more for the applicant, but I do think, you know, for their phase one, you know, the entitlements of this whole thing is on the table now. Yeah, this is phase 7 and 8 or whatever. I mean, years and years out, and we have some time to get through that. But I think they would like their entitlements for their phase 1 and phase 2 and phase, you know, some of the things that are in the nearer term future. Now, again, it's your discretion. I mean, if you're not comfortable doing it that way, you can table it out for 6 months and we can process a UDC change. So again, that's your call. I'm just telling you, regardless if the code changes or not, the layout's going to look real similar. It may not be a public street, it may be an alley, it may be a common driveway, but it's going to still have lots that generally back up this way, and I mean, it's going to generally look the same as far as the lot layout goes and the blocks and all that. It's just going to be some tweaks that aren't substantial, but if you want to see those at the preliminary plat level, again, that's your discretion. I'm just telling you, from our perspective, that happens in most projects. I mean, lot lines move, roads move a little bit, shift, you know. So I'm comfortable with that, but again, the call is yours if you're not.
Okay. That answered it.
Anything further from City Council? I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing if you so desire.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
maybe the council has no more questions or answers to be needed. I move we close the public hearing on H 2016-0001.
Second.
Motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Borton.
Just for discussion, one of the items that came up was the commission's recommendation to remove the requirement in section 6.3 with regards to designating it being a public park or not. I'm curious council's perspective on that recommendation.
I believe they didn't want it to be a requirement as part of the preliminary plat, but would like, yeah, that one's a difficult one, but would like you to indicate whether you would accept it as a public park or not. Just don't require it. Is that right?
May I respond to that? The condition was modified to read, "The development shall be consistent with the preliminary plat, which depicts 11.45 acres of open space in the center of the development." That portion was added. "A public park is required to be included in the development" was stricken. And then the rest of that requirement was city council shall decide whether the park is city-owned. If not, park shall be owned and maintained as a park amenity for residents of the development. It was just basically modified so that a public, quote, park was not required.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, to answer the applicant's question about whether we'd like that to be a public park or not, whatever the rest of council feels, I'm not a fan of the public parks that are completely within developments. I've been watching them for the last several years because it's something that's always kind of bothered me. I don't know why. Just pay attention and see what their use is like since I was helping pay for them. And in my very unscientific observations, I've seen that they're not as heavily used, obviously, as the ones that are along the arterials. They're generally larger anyway. One in particular, I've been watching. I believe it's called Heroes. It's the one up in Champion Park, right? Is that one?
No, Heroes is used extensively.
Whatever the
Champion Park.
Champion Park.
It's called Champion Park. Okay. My parents recently moved in there, and so I for the last several months have gone in there a couple times a week, and I've never seen more than 2 people in the park. And so that's why I was asking if we had any data as to the use of these parks out from people outside of the neighborhoods themselves. And so again, in my unscientific observations, I see that they're just not used enough to justify the costs of them. So at this point, I'd rather see that stay private. But 3 months ago, if you would have told me that on June 21st I'd be voting for an urban renewal district, I would have busted up laughing. And so here it is. So I can definitely be convinced otherwise, but at this point, if it was today that we were making that decision, that's where I'd lean, is that I want it to be private.
Ms. Lowell Roberts.
May we ask Mike to come back up for a park question?
You have a question for staff. I think that doesn't require an open. Yes.
I was just, Madam Mayor, just asked Mike if this compares more to Bear Creek rather than the park that Councilman Palmer mentioned.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Councilman Little Roberts, Champion Park is about 6 acres, so it's a little bit smaller, and it's kind of buried in the neighborhood itself, where this would be obviously almost double, so 11 acres, and then there's good arterial or collector access to it, directly to it. So I think in that regard, it's a kind of a different animal. It's not the minimum size of our neighborhood parks is 7.5 acres, and a community park, which Bear Creek and Heroes Park is 30 acres, Bear Creek is 18. So they draw a bigger lot size is going to draw from outside the area, and I think that. This one, it does have good access. Like I said before, there are good attributes here, and it would make a nice city park, just my opinion.
Thanks, Mike.
Madam Mayor, sorry.
Madam Mayor, the reason I ask about Bear Creek is because I see it all the time, and it is packed. There's not enough grass in Bear Creek. So seeing a park that was kind of more comparable to this, that's incredibly busy.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah. Mr. Palmer.
And if it, and Bear Creek, I think is maybe a little bit different than Champion Park in that Stoddard is not whatever that street is that goes into that subdivision. It's much more, of a busy, I suppose it's a collector, it's not an arterial. And so if Harris is envisioned to be like Stoddard, where it's not just people going into the subdivision, it's people going through, then I feel a lot better about it.
Yeah, and I would say because it will connect to Meridian Road and the entitlements for the property to the south of where this major collector would be has pretty fairly high density, if I remember correctly, and both housing and commercial development, if that does occur as had been anticipated. It's going to be a major collector.
Madam Mayor, if I might add one more thing, that if the intent is to green this space up and then turn it over to the city, we would ask that the applicant and the developer work with the Parks Department to build it to our standards, because we want quality equipment and stuff that's sustainable, and that some things that are a matched set to what we have, and just for ease of operations, if it does go that way, that they would work to green that up, not only donate the property, but the green up portion, at least do that to city standards. And I think that there would have to be a parking lot or two that would come with the green up as well, so.
I think we could probably come up with an agreement that we've used with Renaissance and other parks that have been built to city standards, and really Renaissance is a great example in terms of they greened it up, and at some point the city has added a few amenities to it, shelter, bathroom. So I think it is a good example of how you can write that up so that it is built to be a city park with future amenities added at some point.
I agree.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, all I think what the applicant's asking is that you're going to consider that at some point in the future, that you're not foreclosing the ability for this to be a city park. Ms. McKay and Mr. Sanders have certainly done lots of development. They know we still have to work out an agreement. We may be coming back to you saying we've made it work for the Parks Department, we made it work from the budgetary standpoint, and we think this makes sense for a city park, or we won't. And it is just subject to that. So I think all they really were asking was that the city council isn't necessarily committing tonight that it's a public park, although Councilmember Morton's correct, you are committing to the general configuration and location, but we're really just open to the discussion and the continuing dialogue, and again, you would come back to you with an agreement before we'd finalize that. So you still have another opportunity to say it doesn't make sense to you, or it does, so if that helps.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Okay. Anything further from council? Mr. Kavanaugh.
Just a thought for council consideration. I appreciate the dialogue from Caleb. If 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other, as far as approving a preliminary plat with condition that it meets our requirements for final plat, or us put this project off, address the code issue, and then revisit it. My preference is that we address the code issue first. I may be alone in that, but I feel that to Mr. Neri's point about the UDC being a large-scale process with a wide variety of stakeholder involvement, to just arbitrarily say we're going to address one particular piece while going through the process, to me seems unfair to the process of creating the UDC. So that's my perspective. Take it for what it's worth.
It's certainly an option to hold it over for a week and let the applicant and staff work together to possibly find a solution, whether it's interim or long-term, that can address the current UDC standards. And then it gives either staff or an applicant the longer-term motivation to work with the city and get a change if that would be desired. So you do have several different options. If you do continue it, I would recommend that you reopen the public hearing so that we can accept additional testimony. But you have several options.
Madam Mayor, does
Mr. Gordon.
does a week allow for, it certainly doesn't allow for a code modification. So,
No, but it would allow for them to come back and say, this is how we're going to approach it. And then if you need to continue it again, you at least know when you're continuing it to.
okay, I'm supportive of that.
So if that would be the desire, I would need to have a motion to open the public hearing, and then I would need a motion to continue it.
Madam Mayor? We'll see where this goes. I move that we reopen the public hearing on 9, I'll scribble it up. 9D,
Second.
Brundage Estates.
On 8D,
8D, thank you, Brundage Estates.
motion and a second to reopen the public hearing on 8D. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I thought I heard all ayes. Do I have a motion to continue this public hearing?
Madam Mayor,
Mr.
I
Kavanaugh.
move that we, oh man, I'm getting a headache too.
No, not the night to have a headache.
It is not the night to have it. I move that we continue 8D, a public hearing on Brundage Estates, to next Tuesday, which is 28th. June 28th.
I have a motion and a second to continue item 8D to June 28th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried.
Madam Mayor?
Mr.
Just-
Gordon.
Just for comment, since it's fresh on my mind, I think Ms. McKay in this application I think she's done a fantastic job, and the application is fantastic. And if there's to be a change in code that allows discretion in limited rare circumstances that may rarely, if ever, occur, this might be one of them. And I think what's been described might justify giving council that type of discretion, however that takes place. And as to the park issue, I think Councilman Palmer brings up great points as to there are many ways you can do a neighborhood park that shouldn't be a city park necessarily. And there are examples of that. I'm not certain this is one. It seems appropriate to leave open that door that this remain public as well. The devil's in the details, as Mr. Neri had pointed out. And I think, and I appreciate Ms. McKay's candor in that regard. I think the direction we've gotten and the input, in particular on the block length from Caleb, is extremely helpful. And your input on this is extremely helpful. And I thought Ms. McKay maybe misspoke with regards to your work on this. I don't think you intended it the way it came across, but I think we all truly appreciate your input on this. It's helpful, and it's going to help us make a good decision.
I think she qualified it with her shoulder comment.
I thought so too.
Equating it to my headache comment.
That's what I thought. I took it that way too.
But thank you, because I agree with you on that. Anyway, we will put this off till next week and look for both applicant and staff comments on this particular item. And we continued this specifically for the lot or block length. So, okay. Okay, thank you. I've been given all kinds of things to help with my headache, so thank you.
Anybody else?
Maybe Mr. Kavner.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, item 8 E is final plat, continued from June 7th. This was requested to continue to June 28th. And I would just note to staff that there are still a handful of issues on the park end of this, and I'm not sure if that's specifically why it was continued, but would want to make sure that the applicant knows that those need to be addressed before we'll hear this item.
I believe
So-
Becky McKay is the applicant for that, so.
Well, then the messenger can take that back, so.
Madam
Thank
Mayor?
you.
I believe that Parks is hoping to get a sit-down face-to-face prior to next week. Been going back and forth on email for a while, and it's time to sit down and do it in person.
Okay. And again, message was received. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item 8F. So are we, what all are you here for? I think you must be here for Verado subdivision. Council, would you support let's hearing this, so then after that we can take a short break?
Yep.
That would be nice. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and skip to 8G and open up the public hearing on H 2016-0047 and ask for staff comments.
Madam Mayor, members of council, this, as you noted, is a Verado subdivision. It's an application for annexation and for preliminary plat. The site consists of 19.35 acres of land, which is currently zoned RUT in Ada County. It's located near the southeast corner of North Locust Grove Road and East Eustick Road. The comprehensive plan and future land use map designation for the property is medium density residential. Let me back up. So the applicant is requesting R8 and R15 zoning for the property. The applicant proposes to develop 122 new single-family residential attached and detached homes and 18 common lots on that 19.35 acres. The gross density for the subdivision is 6.3 dwelling units per acre with a net density of 9.8 dwelling units per acre with an average lot size of 4,445 square feet. The commission did recommend approval with conditions. Summary of the commission public hearing, Mr. Conger, the applicant, was in favor. Several were in opposition: Jason Brote, Shannon Graves, Bob Jenkins, Jack Cormouche, Ben Innocent, William Kerwin, Kate McCarney, Sylvia Jenkins, Rosellen Villarreal Price, and Vicki Thornton. Bruce Carmen, Chris Catherman, and Justin Graves commented. Written testimony was received by the applicant, Mr. Conger. I was the staff member presenting the application. Additional testimony or comments were received by Andrea Pogue of the Attorney's Office. Key issues of public testimony were the increased traffic through the existing subdivisions to the south, the potential to provide a substreet to the adjacent property to the north for future development, which is this property here in the northwest corner. The density of the proposed subdivision, size of the proposed lots, providing the vehicular connection over the south slough, the transition between the proposed R15 zoning district and the existing R8 zoning district, two-story home overshadowing the existing one-story homes. Key issues of discussion by the commission were mixture of home types within the development, density of the proposed development, appropriateness of the vehicular connection over the south slough. With that, the commission did modify several conditions. And I can go over those in just a second here. And then the outstanding issue, as far as staff is concerned, is this access or substreet to this northwest portion here, and I have a slide showing that in just a second. Having said that, so written testimony was received prior to or since the commission hearing from Randy Pipple, Selena Innocent, and Ben Innocent, having to do with size and number of the lots that abut the South Slough, the R15 zoning and density of the project, and the resale value of the adjoining lots in the Chamberlain Estates subdivision. As proposed, staff has several concerns with the design of the proposed subdivision. Prior to commission, staff did recommend the following revisions to the plat, and there were several more that in addition to these two, that the applicant did address. So the numbers decreased by a few. Staff requests that the applicant add an additional open space lot. Let me get here to the plat so you can see what I'm talking about here. Staff did recommend that, find my cursor here, that the lot right here where the green dot is be included as an open space lot for the lots on the south side of the South Slough, and that the applicant reconfigure the northwest corner of the proposed subdivision to allow for development or redevelopment of that parcel there in the northwest corner, which is currently not part of the subdivision and currently only has access to Ustick Road. The applicant did provide an opportunity to do that through an easement, which I've been given a copy of and is in the public record, which staff is a little bit uneasy with. Wanted to make sure this is something that we talked about right away. The applicant, or Mr. Conger, has proposed a potential easement from the public road across a common lot to this unplatted approximately 0.8 acre parcel. The language in the easement requires that this property owner accept said easement as well as construct the easement. As far as staff is concerned, we do not want this property to continue with their access to Ustick Road upon redevelopment, and the opportunity or the rejection of this cross access we feel would be likely if the applicant for this or the owner of this property would be required to construct as well as accept that. There's no requirement that they do so in the proposed easement from the applicant. Staff still does recommend that there be stubbed a public road to that parcel through this subdivision to provide that access. So having said that, I'll move on. The proposed landscaping for the development does meet the requirements of the UDC with a total of 10.5% qualified open space. Our UDC just requires the 10%, so the applicant has provided in excess of that. Based on the error of the preliminary plat, staff requires a minimum of one qualified site amenity be provided. The applicant proposes to provide a tot lot within the central common area on Lot 8, Block 3, a segment of the city's multi-use pathway along the north side of the through an internal common lot through the north side of the South Slough. And then, as stated, staff recommends an additional open space lot be provided on Lot 32, Block 4, to provide an amenity to the lots on the south side of the South Slough. The pathway master plan, as I said, depicts a regional pathway on the site along the north side of the slough, and then we'll stub to both the east and the west sides, as they're both undeveloped at this current time. The UDC requires all irrigation ditches, laterals, canals, and drains to be piped unless left open as a waterway amenity as defined in the UDC. The City Council may waive this requirement for large capacity facilities. The applicant does request a waiver from Council to allow the South Slough to remain open due to the large capacity, and proposes to provide a bridge over the drain for vehicular and pedestrian crossing. The applicant has submitted some conceptual sample building elevations for the development, which, as mentioned in the previous hearing, demonstrates the homestead collection, the village collection, and the cottage collection, which Mr. Conger had previously referenced. Because the lots that back up to East Ustick Road will be highly visible, staff recommends the rear or sides of structures on lots that face the street incorporate articulation through changes in material, color, modulation, and architectural elements horizontal and vertical, to break up monotonous wall planes and roof lines. So per UDC 11-3A-7A7, the developer is responsible to construct fencing adjacent to micropath connections to distinguish common from private areas. Additionally, the UDC requires that the south loop is required to be fenced with an open vision fence at least 6 feet in height. Excuse me, and having an 11 gauge 2-inch mesh or other construction equivalent in ability to deter access to the waterway. With that, staff will stand for any questions you may have on the application.
Council, any questions at this point for staff?
I have none.
Okay. Good evening. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Jim Conger, 4824 West Fairview Avenue, members of the council as well. We did submit, the original plat had 122 home sites in it. What you have in front of you today, which we've worked through with staff prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission, has 118, where our density is right around 6.0 homes per acre. We are excited to present this Verrado community to you. It's the perfect blend of matching 3 highly sought-after housing products in an amazing location, which is a great fit within East Meridian. Are you online, Josh?
Sorry, I didn't mean to bump that there.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. Not only do we have the 3 housing types, which is pretty unique on a project this small in all reality, we also have, next slide will bring that to better life, a project that has some great public benefits. As you can see on the aerial map, Verrado will be contributing to the ongoing success of the Eagle Road commercial services. It's this type of neighborhood should be located near these core services to help continue with the success of the commercial. It's also important to note that Ustick is not only a busy arterial, but was recently improved to 5 lanes. With this project, we'll be completing the road frontage improvements as well as the landscape buffer to enhance the livability along this corridor. We will utilize existing water and sewer mains that are all around this existing property, and the sewer actually runs through this property to the Packard Estates neighborhood. That is correct. Our seller actually provided the easement to allow the existing neighbors to the south to be developed and build their homes. We will be adding a section, as Josh indicated, of the city's master plan regional pathway system that is going to be on our south boundary of our main part of our project, which is the Finch Lateral. That'll be nicely placed against that existing environment of the open Finch Lateral, which I think will be the second or third portion of that regional pathway installed, with the rest of it to follow. We will, and I guess the last item of the benefits, ACHD benefit was big in their staff report, was just the connectivity. This entire region of Packard Estates doesn't have access out to Ustick. Everything flows to the west to Locust Grove. We will be providing key links that will actually let these not only vehicles but pedestrians access to Ustick and then straight over to Eagle Road. I will take a quick moment possibly to share with you the wonderful housing product that we have developed for the Verrado community. We have, again, 3 different housing types. Our first product offering is the Village Collection, which is single-family homes that will be located in the core, in the center of the project. It's not punching it right. Next, we have the Cottage Collection, which is our single-level attached product. That'll be the single level against Ustick and possibly on our east boundary as well. That is a popular model with our empty nester clientele. The last is our Homestead Collection. which consists of 21 larger traditional estate-type home sites. Typical lot depths are around 130 feet. That is the product in the south area that's adjacent to the existing homes on both sides. The next item is our amenities. Josh indicated a tot lot. We don't with these neighborhoods, we don't do the minimum requirements of the city. Our future residents require a little bit more. We put a lot into our park amenities. Josh, could you hit play? It's not letting me find the play button. This will be quick, I promise you. It comes in off Ustick. We have buffered our park with from all the traffic coming in. We have 2.5 acres of open space throughout the project on 19 acres. We have also designed the half-acre community park, which you are seeing here, with secured and fenced for child safety. We did that on our previous neighborhoods as well. The turf play area, seating benches, to name a few of the smaller amenities. Also a concrete track for kids riding their big wheels and scooters, and you can see the swing set and climbing dome as well. As previously noted, we'll also be building that regional pathway on our south boundary on that Finch lateral, which is not only great for our residents, but for the general public as well. As you can see, we put a lot of time and effort and eventually resources monetarily into our park facilities, as we find they're extremely important, and they serve as a central gathering spot for our 118 homeowners. However, we are confused about staff's recommended condition to add an additional park. Josh had indicated that was on the south side of the Finch, but actually it's requested to be on the north side of the Finch lateral. It would cause us to, basically create a split park scenario, which would cause us to divert some of our resources of our main master plan park into this annexed park. Is equally confusing. You can see that it's approximately, actually a little bit less than 150 feet away from the master plan park. Would really create an unsafe condition for our homeowners. Our scenario that keeps going through our mind is you've got a parent tending to their 3-year-old at the top park on one side of the public street, and she's got her 10-year-old that's on our climbing dome that now has to be moved to the sub park. Clearly, this would cause frustration with parents or any of us having our kids playing between two parks that are separated by a public roadway. We see no merit in staff's request or no betterment to the project or the public with this request from staff, and we urge you to do what the Planning and Zoning Commission, as they recommended, deleting that condition and not creating the split park environment in this neighborhood. I had originally thought we were done with. I thought staff and myself were on the same page with the cross access. So I apologize. I have got to run down to a slide that's just really at the bottom of the proposal. So the 0.8 acre county out parcel, you heard Josh indicated that staff is not satisfied with what we've done. What we proposed is not putting the public right-of-way against that out parcel. It's 0.8 acres. They'll have 4 or 5 lots in a best-case scenario, following a comp plan and following even what we put next to them. That is, you have an ordinance that allows 6 units to be accessed with a common driveway. We are simply proposing to provide the access for use once that becomes annexed and developed in the city of Meridian. There is no use us providing a short stubbed common driveway that no one's going to maintain, and I think from our resident standpoint, we don't usually pull these, but we are keeping the public right-of-way away from this county out parcel so we can spend a tremendous amount of money landscaping, buffering for our current neighborhoods and anybody driving down the public right-of-way. It currently is a fun little county parcel. It is not that fun to look at, And we urge you to, I guess, approve the recommendation from your Planning and Zoning Commission that deleted the requirement to shove our public road up against that property boundary where we can accommodate them with this future common driveway. Josh, I got too cute. Everything disappeared on the left side, and I tell you, I'm not smart enough to put it all back.
Hang on a second, Jim.
Yeah.
Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, I'm trying to go back to slide 9. Is fine. Thank you for helping me. So for the last 6 months, we've worked closely with the fire department, the police department, Public Works, your planning department, the irrigation district, to obtain or get a project that's ready to obtain its approvals, as well as this project was approved by ACHD. It was originally approved at staff level because they didn't have any public testimony, then they can approve them staff level. It was then appealed by a neighbor. We actually had a public hearing at ACHD's commission 2 weeks ago, and the appeal was denied and the original approval was upheld. We have worked continuously with city staff on the plat in front of you tonight, and we do appreciate their guidance and assistance, and respectfully request that you approve the Verado project in accordance with the planning and zoning recommended conditions of approval, which basically approved the staff report. Can you go to number 10, Josh, for me? This thing won't move. Number 10. Well, that's not my number 10. Can you put up that left bar on the left side? Somehow the slides have moved.
Yeah. I don't know where that bar went.
Thank you. So, with approval tonight, we would request that you uphold the planning and zoning recommendation to you that deleted condition item 1.12C3, which is the .acre out parcel. And the reason they deleted that is our submitted plat of 517, which is in front of you today, accommodates it with a future common driveway that will allow them to have 6 lots. And they still have access if it develops on the other side of it, but they won't develop more than 6 lots. And also they deleted condition item 1.132, which is the split park. We definitely urge you not to have us split our park and our amenities into 2 different locations on opposite sides of a public street within 150 feet of each other. It just makes no sense from a master planning standpoint of our community park area. Thank you, and I look forward to your approval tonight.
Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Dean. Mr. Kavner.
Jim, the condition 1.132, your split park, can we maybe pull that slide up? I think the applicant had an image that showed that. Yeah. To me, that appears to be a landscaped pathway. Is that what I'm seeing, and what's the difference? I guess when you're referring to split park, I'm just curious as to what you mean by that.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kavanagh, what that is the micropath location that is required, and we don't have any issue with, to get to the regional pathway. The staff condition read that they would like one of the major amenities put in an additional park next to the pathway. We have 2 items. I think our private park doesn't need to be in the midst of the regional pathway. From an accessibility standpoint, it doesn't make any sense. And again, our park, is a community parkway. It's not it is a pocket park on city standards, but it is the whole focal point of what this neighborhood was planned around.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you. I did have several people sign up. I'm going to call your name if you would like to come forward and provide testimony. Robert Jenkins signed up against. Thank you for your patience and hanging in there with us.
No problem.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Robert Jenkins, 2127 East Kamay Drive in
Thank
Meridian. Well, we went to the planning and zoning, and we had a petition with 150 signatures on it. We had well over 30 people show up for that. I think people got discouraged because they felt like nothing happened that they weren't listening to. But we just think the R15 zoning it's surrounded by a sea of R4 and R8, and they're proposing to just plop in the middle of all that R4 and R8 zoning and R15, leading to more R15 on each side of that, and connecting into our neighborhood across the canal. The Ada County Highway District estimated just from this 1,160 vehicle trips per day, with only 2 access points, one to Ustick Road and one through our neighborhoods. Then when you add the future development that is on the sides of that, we're looking at thousands of cars into our neighborhood, completely changing the character of our neighborhood. And at least if it was all R8, like Chamberlain Estates or Packard is R4, we aren't even asking for that. At least that would lessen the impact on us. During the P&Z, they talked about connectivity, and Mr. Connor did tonight. Frankly, from our point of view, all we're going to get from connectivity is 400, 600, or 800 cars through our neighborhood. So it isn't a benefit to us. So we just like, if you would consider denying the R15. If you're going to approve the R15, then we'd like to see some conditions. I think Randy Pipe will touch on one of them. The other one that I've talked to with people in Chamberlain Estates and Packard is requiring single-story elevations facing all of Chamberlain Estates is all single-story. They're going to end up with 2 or 3 houses overlooking their backyards, and that just doesn't seem right. So if we could get a requirement that the back elevation facing Packard or Chamberlain be required to be a single-story elevation. They could still have 2-story homes, but the back elevation would have to be single-story. I think that would mitigate some of and help with the transition from the existing neighborhood into their R15. So that's about it.
Mr. Jenkins, you live on Kamay, is that
Yep.
what you said?
Yep.
The north side of Kamay, is that a little neighborhood pocket park?
That's a common area. That's actually the drainage area for the roads.
Okay. And that has a little pathway through it? Who maintains that?
Packard Estates does.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the citizen? Mr. Jenkins, thank you.
Thank you.
Sylvia Jenkins signed up against. Lorinda Stalker signed up against. And, okay, was that close enough? Okay. Signed up against. Randy Pipel signed up against.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Randy Pipel. I'm representing Packard Estates Homeowners Association. I submitted written testimony, so I'm going to blaze through this because some of this is you've already seen. Again, I'm the president of Packard. In my written testimony, I meant there is an error. I said there were 300 plus homes in Packard. There actually is only 237. I was going off some of the thing, and it was supposed to be pulled out and was not, so I apologize. In
No
my written
problem.
testimony, it should be 237.
You could have just said a lot.
I know, a bunch. So we have our two concerns and suggestions we have. We'd like to see consistency throughout the interface with Packard Estates, Packard Acres. Packard Estates is made up of a couple different version of Packard Estates subdivisions and Packard Acres, so we are all one big homeowners association. The other concern we have is with the Finch lateral, which has been referred to as the South Slough, and the safety of that. This is a slide that I actually stole from the developer from his P&Z meeting. You can see that we are in this area here is Packard Estates. It actually goes clear out and down. We are totally surrounded by R8. Every entrance, every exit out of our subdivision is through an R8 neighborhood. We do not directly exit onto any arterial street. So this is the plat that we were looking at. It's got some notations on it with our suggestions. What I'm going to go to now is this area here. Whoops, maybe. So this is a block 7 of the proposed application. All of these lots are zoned R8. They're all 60-foot wide minimum. So I'll go to this area next. So this is an interface directly with Packard Estates down here. Here's the canal and the road going across. These lots are all zoned R8. However, they are 40 foot across here. We would like to see those changed to 60 foot minimums. We like the R8. We just like to see the 60 foot to keep consistency across the board. Again, going to this area, his split park thing, we would like this area to either be zoned R8 with, again, the 60 foot requirement. All of those lots, with the exception of 12 and 13, would meet that requirement. 12 and 13 could easily be combined. Now, I'm not saying I am a developer, surveyor. I just said from a simple standpoint, you could combine those and it would meet the R8 requirement with the 60 foot phase. Finally, we are concerned. Are you moving it?
Sure.
Okay,
No, we're
go ahead. We are concerned with a Finch lateral. Currently, the pink line that you see here is a 6 foot high chain link fence that we maintain, including across the sub road here. The West Ada County School District estimates that there will be 98 kids living in this subdivision, school age kids. Obviously, not all of them will be elementary school. However, all the elementary school will be in the walk zone for River Valley Elementary. The only access to River Valley Elementary is through this area. Across that bridge, we all know how water is a magnet towards kids. So we are concerned. That's why we have the 6 foot fence in place. We'd like to see, now I said that we'd like to see a fence. I understand is that part of the proposal? I'm confused at this point. So either a fencing or to cover the whole thing. And that is all I have, so I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Randy. Council, any questions? Okay. Thank you. Was there any further testimony? Anyone that's here this evening? Okay.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Jim Conger, 4824 West Fairview. We'll jump in. I think this map will illustrate it the best, and kind of jump in and address the zoning and the density concern. This zoning map identifies what you have already heard and what you've known. You've got a little pocket of R4, and the rest is R8 going around. What we've done is, with using the guidelines of your comprehensive plan, working with your staff months in advance of drawing preliminary plats, with USTIC being 5 lanes, major arterial, with any land planning, as you go into these heavier use roadways, you radiate with your density. And in the R15, we've radiated with our density. Between the R8 existing homes and the R4 existing homes, you have a regional pathway, which per your own comprehensive plan is a very intensive use. Intensive might be the wrong word, very active corridor. So you have the buffer of the corridor, you have their storm drain facility, which is the landscaped area, Madam Mayor, that you were indicating. And then we did work with staff, or more appropriately put, staff worked with us and implied those, or put on those R8 planned areas, which are right here, to not only buffer the existing west, well, not really counting neighbors, because there isn't one right there, but also to buffer to the south. So from a density and zoning, we are using your comp plan, and density should radiate as you go towards USTIC and get near those busy, heavy arterial roadways. I think it is important to note our entire density is blended out at R6. We might be near the 7 in the R15 area, and we're obviously 3.5 or 4 in the back area where we put the larger home sites to blend with the existing houses. As far as traffic goes, this project is really, where am I trying to say? Obviously, we're always sympathetic to traffic. You guys hear traffic in every neighborhood group that comes in. It's I guess critical to understand that we are not creating the traffic. We are simply making the required connection at this location and at this location. Our neighbors are not, I don't know if any of you have driven through Packard lately. Nobody is going to go out the backside of Packard unless there was a reason that USTIC Road wasn't even open, I guess. So it's simply providing the connection for those back homes. I understand Mr. Jenkins, he has lived on a cul-de-sac that's had 2 stub roads for future expansion. I understand the luxury they've had at the end of this, and I get that, and I'm sympathetic to that. I would feel the same way. They were in the original land plans of Packard's estates, and they are set to be connected. And again, the alignment of the road that we're putting across here is the sewer that was already put across this property. So that roadway was predetermined so those individuals could have their neighborhood developed. We believe in traffic study in Ada County, if you read your staff report, this is actually going to ease their traffic concerns on Locust Grove, because it actually is going to open up and make this whole, from a pedestrian and a vehicular standpoint, flow. I guess touching back on zoning, this type of product, this type of project on the busy road of USTIC within a stone's throw of Eagle Road and all the commercial services is what we believe your comprehensive plan and what smart planning is actually guiding and aiming us to do. So with that, we are excited to move this project forward, and we appreciate your approval tonight.
Council, any questions? I guess I would like you to address some of the comments that Mr. Pipel had in terms of the reduced density and how to better transition to the existing neighborhood, in particular on your R8 on the east side, and transition the larger lots into probably the more R8 focused lots.
Right. Madam Mayor, members of the council, if I'm hearing your question right, you are indicating how we transition in here. Is that the first question?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we have always had, well, this property laid itself out to have 3 different types of product. I said that's fairly unique on a project. It's relatively, you know, not small, but small. We had always started our land plans, and it's not changed from our first visit to the city, is matching as close as we could with what would be a traditional front-loaded 2- and 3-car garage homes. If you look at our renderings, some of them with 3 cars, and some may be 2, depending on the product or depending on the builder. I'm hunting and pecking. Do you think we can show the left side, Josh? The cheater bar.
You want me to show those homes on the?
Yeah, is it? Yeah, could you show what I was just? And I think from a well, I was after the elevations.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Josh. For some reason, it's not wanting to let me control that well. I'm sure it's the operator. But what we have done, and go back one more. Go back one more. Sorry. There's. I don't know what button we all hit, but it jarbled it.
Looking for the
beyond
you're looking for the
belief. I've
Chamberlain
never-
Estates.
Never seen such a thing. Point being is the homes adjacent to us and Mr. Jenkins in particular, they're all 2-story homes, specifically in the Packard Estate sites, not on the Chamberlain side. This home here is actually Mr. Jenkins. It is 2-story in parts. They actually aren't living to that side of the house. I think our new neighbors are putting backyard to backyard. These particular homes, if I don't dare go back to a site plan, but you would see they're all substandard depths. So when Packard Estates was built, they actually ran out of room on this last row of homes. And these bigger homes, large homes, and lots are all 90 and 93 feet deep, but they made them wider. So you will see that we have 1.5 homes to their lots and things of that nature. Well, their lots are 93 feet deep. Ours are 130 feet deep. They had to be wider lots because they just simply ran out of real estate when they were doing their land plan. We've all done it. We've got to the end, and we have 93-foot deep lots, which means you have to be super wide. So they're not super wide because they're big lots. They're super wide because they're 93 feet deep. Again, another one of the homes that's backing up to us. So I think, Madam Mayor, that's our justification of the 21 home sites that we're calling the traditional front-loaded 3 cars and 2 cars. I think our transition into the R, if you could go to our site plan, Josh, please. Our transition to an R15 zoning, I think is always harder to hear than to realize. The R15 zoning, everybody thinks zoning is really picked because of density. Well, zoning is really never picked because of density, and that's what we call the misconception of a zoning selection. Zoning is actually picked because R15 is picked for the dimensional standards, the lot sizes, the setbacks, the square footage, and the lot widths. The really byproduct is the density. We are at 6 units per acre, and possibly as you get towards Ustick, we might be getting 7 if you took a spot area. So our density isn't high, and everybody's looking at the R15. I mean, obviously that would be 280 units or whatever it would be on the property, and we have 118 on paper. So R15, I think, is not the issue. We have a development agreement that will cap us at the 118 lots. It's just the way your zoning code is written, and quite honestly, I've said this before, Boise's is the same way, so it's not your code. If you are trying to get 4 units per acre, you're using an R8. If you're trying to get 2 units per acre, you get the R4, because it's these dimensional standards. It's not the density.
Well, I guess what I heard the neighbors saying is how to transition into their side of the slough or the lateral. And when you see the transition 2 lots to their one, it seems, I did not hear too much in regard to the density to the north of them. It's just what abutted them. And how you, our councils have always been a little sensitive to how that transition is as you do your land use. And so that was more my question for you, is in terms of, can you look at that in terms of maybe putting more, you have a lot of density, so it's hard to say where you can switch some of those lots, so you don't have 1.5 lots per neighboring lot. You have 2. And that, I would be concerned about that too.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, so if, again, this is a better plan to illustrate how we're blending in. Yes, we have basically one location. Won't right. We have one location. We're going to make this right because it's going to be important to illustrate our point here to make everybody comfortable.
You go to your site plan, Jim?
That was the fine plan. That was a great plan. It just, the machines froze up here and wouldn't write. In fact, I would take that plat of the entire area again, just like you had, Josh. That was your, I'm pretty sure that was your slide, however.
Oh, you want to go back to mine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's perfect. So I think what I don't understand, Josh, is why it froze up.
I'm not sure.
So we need to be able to point at something, or we're
Sure.
not
So
gonna be able to get our point.
the area you're trying to point at, Jim, is it?
Yeah. No. So I'll run your computer if that's fine. So, Madam Mayor, members of the council, so I think the area of concern, what I'm hearing is we have 2 lots here, and it's not quite 2 lots, but it's close enough to call it 2 lots. This is where I was talking about. These are substandard depth lots. They've ran out of room. These are 93 feet deep. They had to be wide because they are a house that lives differently. We've all done it. The garages live beside the home. That's how you get a lot on a 90 foot deep home site. So they are a non-traditional home that I'm not putting 2 homes up to their living area. I'm putting 1 home up to their garage and 1 home up to their living area because they had a substandard lot when they put this in. If you look where my mouse is right now this is a sideways approach, but they have a little more than 2 lots against their own house on their interior. And if you come to this side, these are all a little bit goofy, but it's 1.5 or what have you, 1 and almost a half of their lot. So I don't think, and this has 2 lots where my mouse is right now, they have 2 lots backing up to their 1 lot. They ended up putting lots every different direction in substandard depth. So I don't think this neighborhood is not used to having 2 homes backing up to 1. I've shown you 2 cases where it's occurred at 2 and 1 case where they're 1.5. We happen to have one particular location where we have the 2 lots. Everything else is 1.5. This is the 2 backing up to theirs, but again, these are the same 2 backing up to their 1. So I think the only area of question would, in my mind, that isn't matching exactly what they're doing within their own plat would be these 2. And again, that is a 90-foot deep lot because of the bend and everything else when they tried to get the additional 4 lots back in there, where this house clearly has garage on one side and living on the other, and you get what I call the White House.
Well, all I'm saying is these are larger lots, they're good-sized homes, and I can understand their concern about compatibility and transition. I think your densities to the north, while I wouldn't buy them,
Sure.
It's a road of garages, but I don't know. I understand what they're requesting, and if you have any flexibility to look at shifting some of those so you have better transition.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, all these land plans, I mean, we've already given up 4 for flexibility of transition across from there too. We have worked hard in that middle area with what we brought in. We did not bring the thought of bringing in more and attempting to negotiate out. We brought in and we're very clear up front in the neighborhood meeting what seemed to be the right number. These will be 3-car garages. Most of them will be 2-story. I don't know most, half and half possibly, facing, backing up to a 2-story at that same location, and one of it's backing up to the garage and the other is backing up to the house. I think we blend in well with what lots we're coming across. They are wide. I don't know that they're necessarily big.
We can agree to disagree. Council, any other questions? Okay.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
This late.
Madam Mayor, if I can, quick, I don't want to kind of beat this to death, but I think that I wanted to make sure that we at least discussed it one more time. The applicant had submitted, as I said, an easement plan for this property here, and staff isn't necessarily against the idea of having a common driveway as well as let me back up. We're not against the idea of having a common driveway there. A common driveway allows for up to six homes. That's 0.8 acres. So I think that property could develop this way. The issue that staff has with it specifically, and maybe if I back up one more time, this lot here was part of this larger piece at one point. Checking with the county, it was split off prior to, I think the date is 82 for it to be considered a legal lot. And so it's its own lot, it's legal. We went to the county and checked all that out. So having said that, we want this lot to be able to connect internally to some subdivision. Now, as you know, there's this large lot here is undeveloped, but we don't know how that's going to develop in the future, what's going to happen. And I think because this is part of this larger lot, or was part of this larger lot, we'd like to see some ability to include this and remove the access to Ustick Road and have this property take access from this development. And it can be from a common lot, like I said. The issue staff has is this specific egress easement and the wording that requires this developer to accept the cross access and to construct it themselves. I think if we're going to go this route, our staff's recommendation is that the applicant reword this so that it's a cross access and that the applicant be responsible for constructing a stub, have it be a common drive, but stub that so that there's the opportunity to require that property owner to use that in the future. The way that's worded now, it's a bit clunky, and there's no teeth there to require this property owner to use that, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to throw that out there one more time for discussion, and if you think about that. So.
Well, I appreciate you looking at that, but I wouldn't want that property going through my subdivision either. Just saying.
Madam Mayor, if I can just clarify, it wouldn't be in its existing condition, it would be upon redevelopment, and that is in the agreement that they've drafted thus far. It's upon annexation of the city and approval by the council, that's when this kicks in to be access for that property. Not today.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, it would be unusual, to say the least, to not require cross-access and not require the developer put it in and not leave it to the next property owner to opt for it or not. I can't think of any development that we've ever done that. I mean, if it doesn't exist, the highway district won't have any way to require they use it. So if it exists, the highway district, when they redevelop, will have a means to require they use it. If you look at a larger aerial map of this area, this property doesn't have any access to Ustick. Its access is to Locust Grove. So, but if there's no cross-access through this direction, then the highway district is sort of left in a quandary because there's only one access onto Locust Grove, and that's a fairly good-sized property to have only one access out. So I think that's why the staff is suggesting, one, it's fairly common we require cross-access. It's almost always required that the developer build it and provide it, not necessarily to put it on the next person to have to accept it and build it on their property. So I think that's really the consistency. That's all we were looking for.
It's awkward. I normally agree with you on the cross access, but it's a real awkward access, and it goes into a real high density development that you almost force a high density use on that piece of property to be compatible. So that would be my concern. Council, do you need any further information from the applicant, staff, or any of the neighbors?
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Byrd.
Hearing none, I take it, council, we're ready to close the public hearing?
Well, you can give it a try
I'll
and
give it
see.
a try, see if it comes back up. I move we close the public hearing on H2016-0047.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried.
Madam, oh, go ahead.
Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, so if I made the motion do that, how would I have to word that? That the future developer of the other lot accept or do we just leave that out and just waive the condition to have to construct the driveway? How should the motion read? Anybody?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Palmer, so just to clarify, right now, the Planning and Zoning Commission struck out the requirement to move the public street over and provide access to that 0.8 acre parcel. So there isn't a condition as currently written about shifting that over. So that's, if you do nothing, there will be no connectivity.
Okay. So the only condition then that we'd be looking to waive would be the park on the southern end of the property? Or, well...
Yeah, so if you look at 1.1.32, that's another condition that the planning and zoning struck out, was that that lot be provided for another common lot.
Oh, so it's all good. All right. Madam Mayor, I move we approve H 2016-0047 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve this item. Discussion from council.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Byrd.
Well, I second it. I'm not sure I'm going to support it. The density in this is unreal. The R15's density, and I don't know why we keep getting it coming through here, but we do. So I think we need to make the density, start looking at our densities a lot more than just letting a lot of high density come in. I understand the neighbors. I mean, R8's dense enough.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, on that point, I was looking at an aerial view on Google Earth, and it was showing that, in one of the properties that will be adjacent to this development, there's actually 3 homes overlooking one of that already exists. There's 3 homes overlooking that are all 2 stories, overlooking another property. Given the funky configuration of the existing homes there, and so it's certainly not. I mean, I think you mentioned that they would allow up to 200 and some odd properties, but with the development agreement being that 118 is going to be the limit, it's not that dense. Even though we have the scary R15, as he pointed out, he's not throwing in as much as he possibly could. He's going for the configuration of the lots. It's a density that makes sense to me, especially being up against an arterial. Period.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Cavan.
Just for clarification, does the maker of the motion then include the removal of conditions 1.12C and 1.13?
Did I miss something then?
His
Those are the ones that
motion was to approve the recommendation from planning and zoning.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Little Roberts.
Aye.
Councilmember Borton.
Aye.
Councilmember Byrd.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried. Okay, item 8F is
Take a break?
public hearing. Oh, yes. I'm sorry, we made you guys wait all this time, but thank you. We need to take a break. We've been here since 6. Well, so have you. But we're going to take a 10-minute break.
It orders late night dinner.
on the next item for bearing with us and letting us take a break. You will be happier that we were able to. So item 8F is a public hearing for H 2016-0041. I will ask for staff comments at this time.
Madam Mayor, members of council, this is an application for a conditional use permit and for a preliminary plat. The site consists of 5.35 acres of land. Bear with me one second here. Zone CG located west of South Meridian Road on the north side of West Corporate Drive between South Meridian Road and Southwest 5th Avenue. In 2008, this property was platted as part of the Trade Plaza preliminary plat. The previous plat has since expired, and this is a remnant parcel that must be subdivided in order to be eligible for a building permit. Just one of the reasons why they're doing a preliminary plat. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation for this piece is commercial. The proposed preliminary plat consists of 15 multifamily residential building lots and 5 common lots on approximately 5.35 acres of land in an existing CG zoning district. The average lot size for the proposed development is 7,500 square feet, and the UDC does not require a minimum lot size in the CG zoning district. The multifamily residential development is proposed to consist of 92 dwelling units within 11 two-story structures and 4 three-story structures on, again, approximately 5.35 acres of land. The units will consist of 2 and 3 bedrooms with a minimum size of 850 square feet. The applicant has proposed a pool, a sports court, a public art or statue, and a grassy area which is 50 by 100 feet in size as an amenity. The commission did recommend approval of this conditional use permit and preliminary plat. Summary of the public hearing: the applicant's representative Shannon Robnett and Aaron Elton are in favor of the application. There was none in opposition. Both Aaron Elton and Shannon Robnett commented on the application, did not receive any written testimony. I was the staff presenting the application. There were no other staff commenting. Key issues of discussion by the commission were the amount of open space for the development, the number and type of amenities appropriate for a multifamily development of this size, and access to the development and whether to require a cross access or provide 2 access points onto Corporate Drive. Key commission changes to staff recommendations were they modified condition number 1.1.3E. And instead of removing the building located on Lot 7, Block 1, and constructing a separate clubhouse, the commission required that the applicant convert one of the units into a fitness facility and one into a property management office. They modified condition number 1.1.7 with the conversion of the 2 units from residential to a property management office and fitness facility. The unit count went from 92 units to 90 units. They modified condition number 1.1.3I. Commission did not require a clubhouse as an amenity for the development. They removed condition number 1.1.4C. Commission did not require that Lot 7, Block 1 be removed for the from the development. Outstanding issues for City Council. The applicant is requesting approval for an additional access to West Corporate Drive. Condition 1.1.3G reflects that request. Commission made a recommendation to allow the second access to Corporate Drive in lieu of a cross access to the Tradewinds property to the east. We have not received any written testimony since the commission hearing. So as you see on the plat here, access to the development is proposed from an extension of Southwest 3rd Avenue here into a cul-de-sac, and from Corporate Drive, the applicant is proposing 2 access points to Corporate Drive here where both locations here where my mouse is. Corporate Drive is a collector roadway, so in order to get approval for a second access, the applicant needs to and has asked for permission from council to grant that. There is an existing cross access here to the Tradewinds subdivision. This is currently an undeveloped lot, and so that would not be something that would be utilized at this point. It would have to be upon development of that parcel. If you go further to the east, the bank there is on the corner of Meridian Road and Corporate Drive, and so there's not a ton of opportunity right now for a cross access, but staff, knowing that this is a collector roadway, has that as a condition. But again, the applicant has requested that they be granted a second access to Corporate Drive. The applicant will have to execute a reciprocal cross-access and shared parking agreement between all the lots within the subdivision to ensure that they all have access to local streets. And the applicant must include a note on the face of the final plat that details the requirement of requiring that reciprocal cross-access. The UDC requires detached sidewalks to be constructed along all collector streets. The applicant is also proposing to construct a 5-foot wide attached sidewalk adjacent to Southwest 3rd Avenue and a 5-foot wide detached sidewalk along Corporate Drive. Staff recommends that the applicant provide sidewalks along both sides of the drive aisle from the entrance off of Southwest 3rd Street. So staff is recommending that both on the east and on the west sides, the applicant provide an attached sidewalk. Conditional use permit is requested for the development for a multifamily residential development. As I said, that is a requirement in the UDC for the conditional or for the CG zone to ensure the site develops with amenities and open space in commensurate with the size of the development. Staff recommends that the site develop with no more than 88 dwelling units, and staff is recommending that the applicant remove one of the buildings to provide some additional open space. Having said that, the applicant, based on the analysis of the open space, has provided the required square footage of open space, even when they include a 50 by 100 area as an amenity, because they can't be counted. You can't double dip. So it's either an amenity or it counts towards your open space. But having said that, the applicant does meet that requirement. They've provided about 23,000 square feet of open space, or is required to provide 23,000, and they're providing about 38,000 square feet of open space. Moving back to the amenities, developments with 20 units or more are required to provide a property management office, maintenance storage area, and a central mailbox location. The applicant has provided those things. 4 amenities are required for the development, and as I said, the applicant is proposing an open grassy area of 50 by 100 feet in size, a swimming pool, a public art or statue, and a sports court. The design of the 12-plex structures as proposed by the applicant does not meet the current standards of the Architectural Standards Manual, so the applicant will need to work with staff in meeting those requirements. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have on the application.
Council, any questions? Okay, would the applicant like to make comments?
Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
My name, Aaron Elton. Office address as listed in the application is 2949 East Copper Point, Suite 125, Meridian. I also am a Meridian resident. I feel like I'm kind of building a kinship here. I don't know if this is normal to be this late, but thank you so much for spending the time. I thought it'd be kind of fun with no audience other than people that I know here. Maybe I could present in the form of one of our presidential candidates or something like that, but have a little fun with it this late at night.
You might as well.
Right. You want to give it a shot? There are 3 primary issues that were raised that I would just kind of, I want to try to make this as painless as possible and quick as possible and open up for questions. The first is the open space, and I'm glad Josh outlined that. We're required for the 23,000. We've got 38,000 proposed, and even if you take the 5,000 out for that one open space amenity, we're still 145% compliant. We feel like we're well over compliant. Same with parking, we're over compliant. The amenities, the discussion, I want to point out that I think there was a miscommunication in planning and zoning, and that is that we would need 2 units for the fitness center and the clubhouse. We don't need that space, and it is my recollection that we didn't necessarily go into detail, and then at the end they moved for 2 units to be for that. So what I would request of council tonight is to change it to moving it down from 90 to 91. We will use a unit. What we want to do, if you're familiar with let me back up and explain what the fourplexes look like. If you're familiar with the pinwheel floor plan, which a number of them have been built in Meridian, we know that folks love that floor plan. We love it. It's a desired product. And we feel like this is a great place to put it. It's close, in walking distance to shopping and restaurants and other things like that. We feel like this is a good location that won't disrupt other residences either. So the pinwheel floor plan has essentially, you all have, instead of a typical floor plan, fourplex where you walk in and you have stairs to go up to the upper units, and these ones, this floor plan has your own door on the first floor of all 4 sides of the building. So it kind of feels like you're walking into your unit more than walking into an open space for 4. That presents a challenge when we're trying to convert some of these units into to 2 things, into an office and a fitness center. So what we want to do is take the fourplex and essentially we'll tweak one of them for the floor, the bottom floor to be 2 units that will be changed into, we'll have a living unit above, and then the office will be combined with, combining those 2 units below with the fitness center. So we'll have both of those. That's the first piece that we would ask council tonight, is that I think a communication error was made with planning and zoning, but we do generally agree with what they came out with. On the amenity side, we feel like we're over compliant as well, because like Josh said, with the number of units we've got here, we're required to have 4. If you count each of ours, we need to have quality of life, we need to have open space and recreation. We've covered each of those. The quality of life would be the fitness center. Open space, we've got that, the 50 by 100 piece that we talked about. And then with the recreation, with this number of units, it's hard to justify sometimes, especially with the demand and how the whole thing comes together, to put what I would call a normal size pool in there. That the pool is essentially the most expensive amenity that we would add. We agree with staff that that's probably the most desirable thing that we would add to this, even with what I feel is a pretty low number of units to throw a pool in there along with all these other amenities. We're agreeable to that. It's expensive, but I think it's the right thing to do. It'll make the place nice. And that helps us because it'll make the units more desirable. So having given the pool and the recreation piece, we're also going to have some walking paths. We had proposed a sport court, but I think both staff and planning and zoning agreed that a sport court, a basketball court, isn't necessarily there, so we're willing to pull that out. So we're covered on amenities. And then the last one, we talked about the cross-access. We feel strongly, and planning and zoning agreed in their motion, that the cross-access to the east appears to be totally unnecessary. And I think it hinders it if you look at how it would go. If you look at the map, I guess we're on a different slide here, but on the site plan here, if I use this pen, will it point? But it would, yeah, there we go. We would have to use, and I'm being approximate here, but the cross-access would come through the east side here and come down and still connect to corporate. We've still got to connect to corporate. Now, this would be a future piece, but what we're saying is coming right here on the east side of our property just makes a lot more sense for multiple reasons. And I think even for safety reasons, it's good to have that other access here now rather than cutting this part off and having future cross-access with that eastern parcel. So we're trying to have another access point, and I think it benefits everybody, including safety, but also the tenants will like that better, the residents there. So Those are the key pieces that I have and would open up to questions.
Council, any questions? Is this under one management group? Or are you going to sell them off individually, or?
We're trying to keep that option open, but we plan to hold it as one piece. But as you can see, it's the plan is that we could sell units individually.
Council, any questions? Okay. Does anyone want to provide testimony? Good evening.
It is late in the evening, isn't it? My name's Shannon Rubnett, 5103 Zamora. I'm development partners with Aaron Elton. A couple things I wanted to bring up. In our CC&Rs, regardless of whether we manage this as a whole or sell it off, it will be managed by one entity. So we will have a manager. We'll have it just like it's an apartment complex. So if you want to buy a fourplex, that's great. I mean, you know, everybody wants to own something, right? But you're still going to be, you're not going to be the guy. You're going to have someone like Park Place does a great job. There's several other great people in town that do that kind of thing. That's not going to make it the Wild West out here. The second thing I want to point out that I think Josh did was that the Tradewinds deal to the east, that preliminary plat expired. So there was a cross-access easement written, but it expired. So what are we tied to? And then the last point is the Tradewinds piece is less than 4 acres, less than 3 acres, less than 2 acres. And you're going to funnel all of our traffic through their undeveloped piece for what they decide to do in the future instead of doing it the reverse. Any questions?
Council, any questions?
I have none.
It's good to see you, Keith.
Good to see you, Shannon.
You have anything left to say? You want to answer his question?
I don't have anything further to add. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Aaron.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
I move we close the public hearing on H 2016-0041.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on item 8F. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
All ayes, motion carried.
Madam Mayor.
Shoot, I had wanted to ask what the statue was of. Forgot. Guess I'll have to wait until it's built. Mr. Byrd.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve H 2016-0041 and don't require the stub street to the east and include all staff, applicant, and public testimony.
Second.
Mr. Byrd, just to clarify, were you allowing for the second access to Corporate Drive?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Okay, any discussion by council? Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer. Aye. Councilmember Little Roberts.
Aye.
Councilmember Borton.
Aye.
Councilmember Byrd.
Aye.
And Mr. Byrd, just to clarify, you did change that from the the 90 to 91 units.
Yes.
Per
yes, I'm
testimony.
sorry,
Okay.
Tammy.
Just wanted to verify. Okay, thank you. Thank you for lasting us out.
We got you home before midnight.
We are under item 9, under department reports. We are going to move A, B, and C and D to the next council meeting on the 28th.
Sorry.
You need something immediate?
I don't, Madam Mayor, but I mean, typically I do this day in and day out, but I am taking my family on vacation, and I will not be here for the next 10 days, so
Do that.
I can't attend. Everything I have regarding D is actually in the memo, so we can either do it in 2 weeks when I get back, but I can't do it next week. Or, again, most of everything is in the memo you have in your packet, so I was just going to kind of supplement that and stand for any questions you have in the memo. But next Tuesday will not work well for D.
Okay, we'll do it. We'll put you on the first week of July, and for any questions that council might have.
I actually get back on the 5th, so I'll work with the clerk on get it on the 12th. So
Jeez.
I know.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Who gave you that much time off anyway?
Awesome, boss.
Item 8E is under the police department, so I'll turn this over to Lieutenant Coliani.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you. I wanted to so bad say good morning, but we didn't quite make it.
Oh,
but I do,
thank God.
But I do want to thank you for putting me in front of the legal, because that means I'm not completely last, that there is somebody behind me. The lateness of the hour, I'm going to be brief as I can. I'm coming to you tonight to ask for a budget amendment. I know that there's a lot of consternation when it comes to budget amendments, especially this late in the game, but I wouldn't be asking for it if it wasn't important, if it wasn't something we needed. Now, we have a situation where we have a position within the departments, within the records department, as a records lead, a data lead position. And in the last month, the lady that was in that position stepped down from it. She doesn't feel like she has the skills and the abilities to continue to do that, and the leadership. Luckily for me, we had a retirement within the unit, so she can kind of just move into a position that's vacated right now. So that still leaves me with this open position. It is a budgeted FTE, a full-time FTE, and what I'm wanting to do is elevate that position from a senior data clerk to a records supervisor. By doing that and working with human resources and finance, it does elevate the pay bands, which is the reason I'm here. Strategically, we need this. I need this. We're getting ready to start the process of migrating and copying over data from the New World project from Boise City over to Meridian here in the next few months. Quite honestly, the workload in records with the public records requests increasing. The public records requests with body-worn videos, the technology, trying to go paperless. There's just a lot of things going on there that I think it's going to lend better for us by having that be a supervisory position rather than a lead position. I can't turn to my other records staff there because I have one person that's been there a year and two people that have been there about 6 months. I've had 2 people retire, and I've had one person go to the code enforcement unit and one person go to analytical services, so I'm starting from the ground. So I need a leader in there. I need someone with some experience in managing people. I need someone that has a background in running those technologies to make us paperless. I need somebody with that strength, and that obviously requires someone with knowledge, skills, and abilities that this current position doesn't have. So by changing it, it allows me to bring somebody in, or at least start that process that has a higher level of education, higher level abilities to mentor, coach, and kind of bring this RMS thing over all at the same time. It would be strategically a good move for us. I can't wait because government being government, this is going to take months to do. I have to rewrite some stuff, get with HR. We have to post it. We have to do we have to do screening, interviews, backgrounds, all sorts of stuff. If I got this done before Halloween, I'd be doing a handstand. So what I'm asking for from you tonight is to allow me with this amendment to upgrade this position from a lead to a records supervisor so I can begin working on that. And I will stand for any questions.
Council, any questions? I know our council liaison is homesick today. Okay, Mr. Byrd.
Madam Mayor, I would move that we approve the budget amendment for records lead position elevated to records supervisor position not to exceed $20,894.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item 8E. Any discussion by council? Will you please call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer. Aye. Councilmember Little Roberts.
Aye.
Councilmember Borton.
Aye.
Councilmember Byrd.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Scott. Item 8F is under our legal department.
Thank you, Madam Members of the Council. I'll be a lot more brief than Lieutenant Coliani. Each year, we have a set line item for outside legal expenses. Over the last 5 years, other than the courthouse case, we haven't had much need for that because our courthouse case is still ongoing. And in fact, as all of you know, we have submitted our proposal to the district court. We are anticipating a hearing sometime between now and the end of the year. I don't know what it'll be in the next 3 months or the next 6 months, but we'll be doing a lot of preparation during that time. So I contacted our outside counsel, had him give me an estimate. I kind of inflate that a tiny bit just to make sure we have enough budgeted dollars for the remainder of this fiscal year, because we've already exceeded the $10,000 line item that we already have. So this is our best guesstimate, and my discussion with finance and with our outside counsel, that additional $60,000. Most years we haven't even exceeded what I've requested. I don't know if it will be. It won't be more than $60,000. I don't know if it will be how much less it will be. But this will at least give us the cushion to get all the work done that's needed on this case before the end of the fiscal year. And even then, if it spills into the next year, we'll talk about that then. Any questions?
Questions?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Palmer.
this is a night of historical
A first.
proportion. URDs and budget amendments. I move we approve the budget amendment for legal services for an amount not to exceed $60,000.
Second.
Get that on tape.
Yes. Can we have that printed out
Yeah,
in
print
black
it
and
out.
white tomorrow morning?
The budget amendment goes to
Okay.
Councilman Palmer.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I don't know.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer. Aye. Councilmember Little Roberts.
Aye.
Councilmember Borton.
Aye.
Councilmember Byrd.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried. Item 10B is ordinance 16-1697. Madam Clerk, will you please read this by title?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. An ordinance H-2016-0018 Kenner subdivision for annexation and rezone of a parcel of land being a portion of the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter of Section 5, Township 3 North, Range 1 East, Boise Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, as described in Attachment A, and annexing certain lands and territories situated in Ada County, Idaho, and adjacent and contiguous to the corporate limits of the City of Meridian as requested by the City of Meridian, establishing and determining the land use zoning classification of said lands from RUT to R8, medium density residential district in the Meridian City Code, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, and providing for a summary of the ordinance, and providing for a waiver of the reading rules, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. I don't see anyone who would want it read in its entirety. So do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Byrd.
I move that we approve ordinance number 16-1697 with suspension of rules.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve item 10B. Madam Clerk, see, when I get rummy, I get stupid. So, Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Little Roberts.
Aye.
Councilmember Borton.
Aye.
Councilmember Byrd.
Aye.
All ayes. Council, anything under 11? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.